Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while, and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The twin peaks of Drakenspire thrust into the heavens like the horns of some ancient god, their summits perpetually wreathed in clouds that shimmered with magical radiance. The eastern peak glowed with golden light even in darkness, while the western peak emanated a soft silver-blue luminescence that brightened the night sky. Between them stretched the Vale of Harmony, where humans and magical creatures had coexisted in peace for 1,000 years, under the watchful eyes of the realm's guardians. Luminar the Radiant and Umbren the Obscure, twin dragons whose perfect equilibrium maintained the delicate balance of magic throughout the land. In the foothills of Drakenspire, nestled within a valley renowned for its perfect growing conditions, Tobold Hornblower tended his gardens with the careful precision that had earned him renown throughout the realm. Unlike the tall humans of the surrounding villages, old Toby, as he was affectionately known, was a hobbit, his stout frame and weathered hands marking him as one who communed with earth rather than sky. His cottage sat amid a riot of colourful blooms and aromatic herbs, many found nowhere else in the known world, their properties catalogued in dozens of leather-bound journals written in his meticulous script. On this particular morning, Toby's practiced hands harvested sprigs of dreamroot beneath a sky that had taken on an unsettling hue. The usual perfect balance between golden light from the eastern peak and silver blue from the western had shifted noticeably, with the golden radiance dimming while the silver blue remained unchanged. The imbalance cast peculiar shadows that seemed to move of their own accord, and the air itself felt heavier, charged with disquiet. "It's not right," Toby murmured to himself, inspecting a dreamroot leaf that showed spots of unusual discoloration. The harmony falters, as if summoned by his words. A shadow passed overhead too large for any common bird. Toby glanced up to see an enormous raven descending toward his garden, its wingspan easily 20 feet across. Upon its back rode a figure in armor that gleamed dully in the strange light, the metal etched with intricate runic patterns. The raven landed with surprising delicacy amid Toby's herb beds, careful not to crush the precious plants beneath its massive talons. Its rider dismounted in a fluid motion that spoke of years of practice, then removed a helmet to reveal a face as weathered as Toby's own, though belonging to a human in his prime. Most striking were his eye-sewn gold, one silver blue, mirroring the colours of the twin peaks. "Tobold Hornblower," the stranger stated, his voice resonant with formal gravity. "I am Riven, once Knight of the Twin-Scale Order. I come bearing an urgent summons." Toby straightened, brushing soil from his hands. "I recognize the armor, Sir Knight, though I thought all of your order perished in the schism 3 winters past." Pain flashed across Riven's mismatched eyes. "I am the last, and now I serve directly at the pleasure of Luminar and Umbran themselves." He reached into a pouch at his belt and withdrew a scale golden, yet dulled, with an alarming greyish tinge spreading from its centre. Luminar sickens. The balance between the dragons falters, and with it, the harmony of the realm. The hobbit accepted the scale with reverence, his practiced herbalist's fingers noting its brittle texture, so unlike the indestructible scales dragons typically shed. "And you've come to me because?" "Because Luminar called for you by name. The Radiant One believes your knowledge of herbs and healing may succeed where draconic magic has failed." Riven's expression betrayed both skepticism and desperate hope. "Will you come? The journey to the summit is perilous, but my raven can bear us both." Toby glanced around at his beloved garden, the half-harvested dreamroot, the bubbling pots of tinctures on his cottage porch, the comfortable predictability of his solitary life. Then he looked again at the scale in his palm, its golden luster continuing to fade even as he held it. "Let me gather my supplies," he said simply. The ascent to Drakenspire's eastern peak aboard Riven's Raven Familiar provided a view few mortals had ever witnessed. Forests gave way to rocky slopes where crystalline formations erupted from the mountainside like frozen waterfalls. The air grew thin, yet strangely invigorating, infused with Luminar's golden magic though noticeably weakened from what tales described. As they approached the summit, Toby beheld a plateau where an enormous cavern mouth yawned, its interior glowing with the same fading golden light that illuminated half the mountain. Luminar's sanctum, Riven explained as the Raven circled for landing. None but the twin-scale knights have entered in 7 generations. Until today, the cavern within defied mortal architecture, its dimensions seemingly impossible larger inside than the mountain should allow. Crystal formations created natural terraces and platforms throughout the space, all oriented toward the center where, upon a dais of gold-veined marble, lay Luminar. Toby's breath caught in his throat. The dragon was magnificent even in illness scales like polished gold, a crest of crystalline spines that refracted light into rainbow patterns across the cavern walls, wings folded against flanks that rose and fell with labored breathing. Most arresting were the ice-enormous orbs of molten gold that fixed upon the Hobbit with ancient intelligence. "Approach, small one," the dragon spoke, its voice simultaneously a physical sound and a presence within Toby's mind. "Your reputation reaches even to the heights of Drakenspire." Swallowing his oar, Toby stepped forward, his herbalist's eyes already cataloguing symptoms. The dulled scales, the clouded gaze, the tremor in the mighty limbs that should have been perfectly steady. "Great Luminar, I am honored, though I fear my humble skills may prove inadequate for one such as yourself." A sound like distant thunder rumbled through the Caverna dragon's chuckle. Humility, refreshing after centuries of mortals either cowering or boasting in my presence. The massive head lowered until one great eye was level with Toby. "My brother Umbran maintains his strength, but as I weaken, the balance shifts."
"You understand balance. Herb master how each plant requires specific conditions, how remedies must be precisely formulated." "I do," Toby acknowledged, already unpacking his satchel of herbs and implements. "But dragon physiology is beyond my study."
"I wouldn't know where to begin. Begin with what you know best, the reading of plants. My illness manifests not only in me, but in all that my light touches. The eastern slopes, once fertile with golden amarisa blooms, now wither. Find what afflicts them, and you may find what afflicts me." Under Riven's watchful gaze, Toby spent days journeying across Luminar's domain, collecting samples of soil and vegetation. The knight remained skeptical, his loyalty to draconic magic making him dubious of Hobbit herbcraft. Yet as Toby methodically built his understanding of the spreading malady, a reluctant respect developed between them. "The schism that destroyed your order," Toby ventured one evening as they camped beneath a withering amarisa grove. "What truly happened?" The tales that reached the lowlands were inconsistent. Riven's hand moved unconsciously to touch his mismatched eyes. The twin-scale knights served both dragons equally, maintaining the balance. But some began to whisper of a third dragonone who existed before the twins, who represented not light or shadow but the twilight between, the Crescent Order, they called themselves. His voice hardened. They believed balance was a falsehood, that only through perfect chaos could true harmony emerge. They attempted a ritual to summon this mythical third dragon, using essence stolen from both Luminar and Umbran, and the ritual failed. The ritual was interrupted by those of us still loyal to the twins, but not before. He gestured to his eyes. "Not before I absorbed fragments of both dragons' essence in the backlash. My brethren perished. The Crescent traitors were cast down the mountain, presumed destroyed." A humorless laugh escaped him. "Presumed." Understanding dawned on Toby as he examined the soil sample in his hands. "You believe they survived, that Luminar's illness is their doing." "I do not merely believe it. I know it." Riven's voice dropped to a whisper. "The children of Twilight live, hidden in the shadows between the twin peaks, and they have found a subtler method to achieve their goal, a slow poison that targets Luminar, disrupting the balance gradually enough that Umbran doesn't perceive the manipulation." The evidence supported Riven's theory. Within the soil and plants, Toby isolated traces of a toxin derived from Shadowroot, a rare herb that grew only in the perpetual twilight of the veil between the peaks. But the toxin had been modified, enhanced with something that his tests couldn't identify. Their investigation led them to the forbidden Middle Realm, the Twilight Lands where neither Luminar's golden light nor Umbran's silver-blue radiance fully penetrated. Here, in a hidden grotto beneath an ancient twisted tree, they discovered the Children of Twilight's sanctuary. Robed figures performed rituals around a central altar where, to Toby's horror, grew a plant like none he had ever encountered, twisted hybrid of shadow root and amarisa, its blooms simultaneously golden and midnight blue, pulsing with unsettling energy. The third bloom, Riven breathed, drawing his sword. Created from essences stolen from both dragons, they're not just poisoning Luminar, they're harvesting his weakened essence to feed this abomination. What followed was both confrontation and revelation. The Children of Twilight, led by a figure whose robes shimmered with the colors of dusk, spoke not with villainous gloating, but with zealous conviction about cosmic balance beyond mortal comprehension. The twin dragons are but fragments themselves, their leader proclaimed. Sundered halves of the original Twilight Drake who embodied perfect unity. Their forced separation created a false balance light and dark, divided rather than twilight whole. We seek only to restore what was broken at the dawn of time. Even Riven faltered at this claim, his mismatched eyes widening with recognition of a truth that resonated with his dual essence nature. But Toby, practical as only a hobbit could be amid cosmic revelations, focused on immediate concerns. Whatever truth lies in your beliefs, he countered, your methods bring suffering. Luminar dies by inches. The lands wither. The balance, false or true, collapses, and what then? Not harmony, but destruction. In the end, it was not steel or magic that resolved the confrontation, but Toby's unexpected proposal, a ritual of his own devising, using his herbalist's knowledge, combined with elements from both draconic traditions, not to destroy the third bloom, but to transform it into a conduit that could stabilize rather than disrupt. A botanical bridge, he explained to both Riven and the Twilight Children. If these dragons were truly once united, perhaps they need not merge completely to find harmony. Perhaps they need only to communicate, to understand one another once more. The ritual required essence freely given rather than Stolina scale willingly shed from Umbran to complement the one already gifted from Luminar. It required Riven's unique dual-natured eyes to focus the energies, and it required Toby's steady hands to blend the elements with precision only an experienced herbalist could manage. When completed, the transformed third bloom no longer pulsed with chaotic energy, but emanated a steady twilight radiance that complemented both golden light and silver-blue shadow. Through it, the twin dragons could share essence without loss, communicate without words, maintain their separate identities while remembering their shared origin. As dawn broke over Drakenspire, Toby stood once more in Luminar's cavern, watching the magnificent dragon's scales regain their golden luster. The sickness hadn't vanished completely. That would take time, but the decline had halted, the balance stabilizing. You have given us something we lacked for eons. Luminar's voice resonated in Toby's mind. Not unity, which would erase our hard-won identities, but understanding. The Children of Twilight sought truth by destructive means, but the truth itself was not entirely false. Sometimes healing isn't about returning to what was, Toby replied, thinking of his own garden where new hybrids often proved hardier than their parent plants. Sometimes, it's about finding a new balance that honors the past while embracing change. As Riven prepared the Raven for their descent to the lowlands, the knight's dual-colored eyes regarded Toby with newfound respect. The twin-scale order will need to be reformed, he said, with a new purpose, not just to serve the dragons separately, but to maintain the twilight bridge between them. We will need advisors who understand balance in all its forms. Toby chuckled, already anticipating his garden and pipe waiting below. I'm just an old hobbit who knows his herbs, Sir Knight. Grand adventures and cosmic revelations are best left to those with longer legs and harder heads. Yet, as they soared down from the heights of Drakenspire, Toby found himself watching the interplay of golden and silver-blue light across the Vale with new appreciation. Balance, he reflected, wasn't about perfect symmetry or rigid opposition. True balance was dynamic, adaptive via conversation rather than a standoff. Perhaps that was a lesson worth carrying back to his garden, where his carefully cultivated herbs might benefit from a touch of twilight wisdom. After all, even the most set-in-his-ways hobbit could learn something new from dragons. Story 2. The amber plains stretched endlessly beneath a sky painted in hues of perpetual sunset, the tall golden grasses undulating like waves upon some terrestrial ocean. Here, where the boundaries between realms grew thin, 12 sacred stones marked the territories of the 12 clans who had guarded the balance between worlds since time immemorial. Each stone pulsed with light at the precise moment when their respective moons rose above the horizon jade for the Emerald Sentinels, crimson for the Blood Wardens, silver blue for the clan of the Shattered Moon, and 9 others, each with their own hue, their own sacred duty. Griffo Boffin stood before the stone of the Shattered Moon, his small stature dwarfed by the ancient monolith that towered 20 feet above him. Unlike the tall, willowy humans who comprised most of the clan that had adopted him, Griffo was a hobbit round-faced and stout-limbed, with a shock of curly auburn hair and feet that remained stubbornly bare despite the chill of the autumn evening. Around his neck hung a crystal shard no larger than his thumb, its surface reflecting moonlight in fractured patterns that danced across the grass at his feet. "The last fragment," he murmured, cupping the shard protectively. "The final piece of the celestial orb. The Great Convergence had begun 3 nights prior a celestial event occurring once every 1,000 years, when all 12 moons aligned in perfect formation. It was during this sacred time that the celestial orb, divided among the clans since the first sundering, was to be temporarily reassembled to renew the boundaries between realms. But when the clan leaders had gathered at the Circle of Alignment, a horrifying discovery awaited them. 11 fragments had vanished from their ancestral guardians, leaving only the Shattered Moon's piece intact. Suspicion and accusations had erupted among the clans. Ancient alliances fractured as each blamed the others for the theft. Only the intervention of the Grand Elder prevented bloodshed, as she proclaimed that the last remaining fragment must be used to locate the others. And who better to undertake this quest than its current guardianthe Hobbit outsider, whose unusual resistance to interdimensional influences made him uniquely suited to traverse the weakening boundaries between worlds. A rustling in the tall grass pulled Griffo from his thoughts. His hand moved instinctively to the short blade at his belt, a ceremonial weapon that had never tasted combat under his stewardship. "Still clutching that dagger like you expect it to save you," came a wry, melodic voice. "If something from beyond the veil decided to claim you, halfling, that toothpick wouldn't even slow it down." From the golden sea of grass emerged a woman whose appearance alone would have marked her as an outsider in any of the 12 clans. Her leather armor bore the scars of countless battles, and a bow of pale wood was slung across her back, alongside a quiver of arrows tipped with metal of an origin Griffo couldn't identify. But it was her eyes that truly set her apartone emerald green, one amber gold, both regarding him with a mixture of amusement and impatience. "Maeve," Griffo acknowledged with a respectful nod. "I didn't expect you until dawn." "The boundaries thin more rapidly than anticipated," she replied, her mismatched eyes scanning the horizon in a way that suggested she was seeing far more than the physical landscape. "We need to depart now, while the pathways between realms still follow predictable patterns." Maeve the Exile, she was called in hushed whispers throughout the Amber Plains, a hunter whose heterochromatic eyes granted her the ability to perceive the veils between worlds, a gift that had led to her banishment when she'd warned of dangers the clan elders had refused to acknowledge. Now, with her warnings proven true by the theft of the fragments, even the most skeptical elders had been forced to seek her aid. "Where's your other conscripted companion?" Griffo asked, scanning the area for their third member. "The mercenary with the unusual appendage?" "Here," rumbled a deep voice from behind the stone of the Shattered Moon. Griffo startled, amazed that someone of such substantial size could move with such stealth. Coven the Armforged stepped into view, his massive frame silhouetted against the darkening sky. He was human, or had been once, before whatever transformation had replaced his left arm with a construct of living metal that shifted and flowed like quicksilver while maintaining its basic humanoid shape. Intricate runes pulsed along the metallic surface, their glow intensifying as he approached the fragment hanging from Griffo's neck. "It senses its kin," Coven observed, lifting his metal arm, which rippled in response to the proximity of the crystal. "The connection grows stronger as the boundaries weaken. We can use this to track the other pieces." Griffo instinctively stepped back, protective of his charge. "The elders said you could help locate the fragments, but they didn't explain why your arm responds to them." A humorless smile crossed Coven's weathered face. Because they don't know. The clans remember less of the truth with each passing generation. His eyes, grey as storm clouds, fixed on the fragment. What matters now is that I can lead you to the others, and my blade will serve you on the journey. My reasons are my own. Maeve interjected before Griffo could press further. We've secured passage through the first veil. If we depart now, we can reach the Crimson Barrens before the second moon sets. With reluctance but resolution, Griffo secured his meagre provisions and followed his unlikely companions into the tall grass. The weight of responsibility pressed upon his shoulders. The fate of not just the Amber Plains, but all connected realms, depended on their success. He, a hobbit who had stumbled into guardianship through a series of improbable events, now carried the hopes of countless beings whose existence he could scarcely imagine. The journey through the first veil occurred not with a dramatic tearing of reality, but with a subtle shift in perception. One moment they walked through amber grasses beneath a sunset sky. The next, the landscape had transformed. The Crimson Barrens stretched before them, a vast desert where every grain of sand glowed with a faint ruddy light, and twisted formations of crystallized time created natural sculptures that defied conventional geometry. The fragment was guarded here, Coven stated, his metal arm extending toward a distant formation that resembled a frozen explosion. But it's gone now, moved recently. Not stolen, Maeve corrected, her dichromatic gaze fixed on something beyond normal sight. Look at the sand. No footprints, no signs of struggle. It left willingly. Griffo's brow furrowed. How can an inanimate object leave willingly? Neither of his companions answered immediately. Instead, Coven knelt, allowing his metal arm to sink into the crimson sand. The living metal spread like mercury, creating a network of tendrils that pulsed with the same frequency as the fragment around Griffo's neck. There, he finally said, withdrawing his transformed limb, which reconstituted into its arm shape with fluid grace. Northeast, through the veil of whispers, all of them gathering. As they traversed realm after realm, a pattern emerged. In each world, they found evidence that the fragments had departed without coercion, moving of their own accord towards some predetermined destination. The Viridian Marshes, the Obsidian Peaks, the floating isles of Lumeriane each. The story was the same. The fragments had abandoned their guardians precisely at the moment of convergence, when their power should have been combined to reinforce the boundaries between worlds. On the seventh day, as they prepared to cross into the realm of perpetual twilight, Griffo's patience reached its limit. Enough secrets, he demanded, standing his ground despite the considerable height difference between himself and his companions. You both know more than you're saying. These fragments aren't just magical artifacts, are they? What aren't you telling me? Maeve and Coven exchanged a glance laden with unspoken communication. The fragments aren't fragments at all, Maeve finally said. They're Keysand prisons. Coven extended his metal arm, which morphed to reveal a small compartment within. Inside rested what appeared to be a crystal identical to the one Griffo carried, though this one glowed with emerald light rather than silver blue. The Emerald Sentinel's fragment, Griffo gasped. You stole it? I reclaimed what was mine, Kovan corrected, his voice suddenly tinged with an otherworldly resonance, just as the others have reclaimed their essence. The truth unfolded like a forgotten scroll. The beings now known as the Stellar Weavers godlike entities who had shaped reality itself had been bound and diminished during an ancient rebellion. Their essence, fragmented into 12 shards, had been disguised as protective talismans and entrusted to the 12 clans. The celestial orb was not a shield but a prison, its periodic reassembly a ritual to reinforce the Weaver's captivity. The convergence weakened the binding spells enough for the fragments to seek their original forms, Maeve explained, her heterochromatic eyes reflecting the growing understanding in Griffo's expression. They didn't need to be stolen. They are returning to what they once were. And you? Griffo turned to Kovan. You're one of them? A stellar weaver? The Emerald Architect, Kovan acknowledged, his form briefly shimmering to reveal something vast and luminous beneath his human guise. Trapped in diminished form for millennia, until chance brought me in contact with a dying mercenary whose body could serve as vessel until the time of reunification. Fear and betrayal surged through Griffo's heart. The clans believe the fragments maintain the boundaries between realms. If the Weavers reclaim them all, the boundaries will not merely be maintained, Coven interrupted. they will be dissolved. All realms merged into one perfect whole, as was intended before the sundering. Merged? Horror crept into Griffo's voice. But the realms exist separately for a reason. Different environments, different rules of realitoutless beings would perish in a merged world incompatible with their nature. A necessary sacrifice for ultimate harmony, Coven replied with the dispassionate logic of a being who viewed mortal lives as fleeting and insignificant. The suffering of transition will be forgotten in the perfect unity that follows. Griffo's hand moved to the fragment around his neck, the last piece preventing the Weaver's plan from reaching fruition. His gaze shifted to Maeve, whose expression remained unreadable. "And you? Are you also a disguised Weaver, manipulating me towards some cosmic agenda?" The corner of Maeve's mouth twitched in what might have been amusement. "I'm as mortal as you, halfling. I simply see more clearly than most." She nodded toward her mismatched eyes. "Born with one foot in each, reality never fully belonging to either. The perfect guide for your journey." "Then why help Kovan? You must know what merging the realms would mean." "I brought you to the truth," she replied. "What you do with it determines what I do next." In that moment of terrible clarity, Griffo understood his purpose. Not simply to recover stolen fragments, but to make an impossible choice. Return the shards to their clan guardians, reinforcing the imprisonment of beings who might have legitimate grievance for freedom, or allow the Weavers to reclaim their full power and merge the realms, causing untold suffering in pursuit of a harmony that mortals might never live to experience. The fragment around his neck pulsed with increasing urgency, as if sensing its kin gathering beyond the next veil. In the distance, a tear in reality, shimmered with colours no mortal language, had names for the final threshold before the Chamber of Convergence, where 11 Weavers awaited the 12th fragment. "The choice cannot be so binary," Griffo said finally, his Hobbit pragmatism asserting itself against cosmic absolutism. "There must be a middle path. The Weavers deserve freedom from imprisonment, but not at the cost of countless innocent lives." His small fingers closed around the fragment, feeling its ancient power thrum against his palm. Unlike the other Guardians, Griffo had not been born to the responsibility, but had accepted it willingly. Perhaps that willingness, that conscious choice, rather than accident of birth, was why the final fragment had not abandoned him, as the others had their guardians. "I propose a covenant," he declared, addressing both Coven and whatever presence resided within his fragment. "Freedom without dominion, return without destruction, harmony through coexistence, rather than forced unity." The shard in his hand flared with sudden, blinding intensity. Through squinted eyes, Griffo saw Kovan's form shimmer, the facade of humanity falling away to reveal the luminous, geometrically impossible form of the Weaver within. Yet instead of claiming the final fragment by force, the entity paused, contemplating. "A covenant," echoed a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, proposed by the smallest of guardians with the largest of hearts. Perhaps there is wisdom in such insignificancia perspective we Weavers lost eons ago. As Griffo Boffin stood at the threshold between ending and beginning, fragment in hand and proposition made, he understood that greatness wasn't measured in stature or power, but in the courage to seek harmony where others saw only conflict. Whatever came next, whether catastrophe or new covenant, would be shaped not by the machinations of cosmic entities or the dogma of ancient clans, but by the compassionate wisdom of one small hobbit who believed that every voice, no matter how seemingly insignificant, deserved to be heard in the weaving of reality's grand tapestry. Story 3. In the kingdom of Thornhaven, magic bloomed upon the skin like deadly nightshade, beautiful, potent, and carefully cultivated. The ancient city rose from the mist-shrouded valley in tiers of obsidian spires and alabaster domes, its architecture mirroring the intricate patterns that adorned its inhabitants. From the lowliest street sweeper to the grand hierophant herself, every citizen bore the mark of magic tattoos that pulsed with arcane energy, each design channeling specific powers according to the bearer's role and aptitude. Those with talent for pyromancy bore flames that seemed to dance across their flesh. Those gifted in healing displayed vines and blooms that subtly shifted with their breathing. The more powerful the practitioner, the more elaborate their markings, until the most esteemed mages resembled living canvases of mystical artistry. All except one. In the shadowed depths of the crystal mines beneath the city's lowest tier, Moscow Burrows wiped sweat from his unmarked brow, and drove his pickaxe deeper into the glittering vein of mana crystal. Unlike the tall, elegant Thornhaveners with their tattooed skin and flowing robes, Moscow was a hobbit small, stout, with a shock of curly auburn hair and bare feet that were calloused from years in the mines. At 34, he had spent nearly half his life in these tunnels, exiled from the comfort of his family's modest burrow after his coming-of-age ceremony revealed the unthinkable. He possessed no affinity for magical markings. "Move aside, blank," growled a hulking miner whose arms rippled with tattoos of mountain range geomancy markings that allowed him to sense crystal deposits through solid stone. The slur stung, but Moscow had learned to swallow such insults along with the fine crystal dust that coated his lungs. "Shift's ending," Moscow replied, stepping away from the vein he had painstakingly exposed without magical assistance. "The ore cart is full," the geomancer grunted, already turning his attention to the crystals. These precious stones powered Thornhaven's complex magical infrastructure, their essence extracted and distributed through the city's network of enchanted aqueducts. Every aspect of life depended on this mana flow from the floating gardens that provided food, to the arcane barriers that protected the kingdom from the wild magic beyond its borders. As Moscow trudged toward the lift that would carry the day's harvest upward, a commotion broke out near the main shaft. Miners clustered around something for some when their expressions a mixture of curiosity and disdain. Through gaps between bodies, Moscow glimpsed a slumped figure in tattered overseer's robes. "What happened to him?" someone asked. "Found him like this in the eastern tunnel," came the reply. "Cold as stone but still breathing, and look, his marks are faded." Curiosity overcoming caution, Moscow squeezed through the crowd for a better view. The overseer lay unconscious, his once vibrant tattoos now pale as old scars. As a magical physician knelt to examine him, her healing vines glowing softly as she placed her hands on his forehead, Moscow found himself inexplicably drawn closer. "Stand back," the physician ordered, but it was too late. Moscow's fingers had already brushed against the overseer's exposed wrist. What happened next defied explanation. A surge of energy shot up Moscow's arm, not painful, but overwhelming, like plunging into icy water. The overseer's remaining tattoos seemed to ripple, their dim light flowing like liquid toward the point of contact. For one breathless moment, luminous patterns appeared on Moscow's own skin, mirroring the overseer's markings before fading into nothing. The physician recoiled in horror. "Absorber!" she hissed, scrambling backward. "Guards, seize the halfling!" Panic propelled Moscow through the crowd. His size, usually a disadvantage, now allowed him to duck beneath grasping hands and dart between legs. He fled not toward the lift, which would be guarded, but deeper into the maze of tunnels he had learned to navigate during years of solitary work assignments. Behind him, shouts and the glow of pursuit tattoos illuminated the darkness, but Moscow knew passages too narrow for his larger pursuers, shortcuts through half-collapsed chambers, where only someone of hobbit stature could safely tread. Hours later, exhausted and disoriented, he emerged from a ventilation shaft into an unfamiliar district of the city's lowest tier. Here, the grand architecture of Upper Thornhaven gave way to cramped alleyways and dilapidated structures, their once gleaming facades now dulled by neglect. Few people roamed these streets, and those who did kept their marked hands hidden within sleeves, their gazes downcast. "You're rather conspicuous for someone who's presumably running from something," came a low, melodic voice from the shadows. Moscow whirled to find a woman leaning against a weathered doorframe. Human, by her height, though slender enough that she might have elvish blood mingled in her lineage. Her face was partially obscured by a curtain of raven hair, but what caught Moscow's attention was the visible side of her countenance, covered from temple to jaw in tattoos, unlike any he had seen in Thornhaven. Not the elegant, symmetrical designs favoured by the city's mages, but wild, asymmetrical patterns that seemed almost alive in the dim light. "I'm not running," Moscow lied reflexively. A smile curved the visible portion of her mouth. "Of course not. Just as I'm not hiding," she pushed away from the doorframe, revealing her full face as she stepped into the meagre light of a nearby mana lamp. The left side of her face bore conventional markings, the precise lines of a trained arcanist, but the right side told a different story. Chaotic whirls and symbols that seemed to draw from a dozen different magical disciplines, culminating in a striking eye sigil at her temple that appeared to watch Moscow with its own awareness. "You're unmarked, she observed, her gaze sweeping over his bare forearms. Yet, you carry power. Interesting combination. Who are you? Moscow demanded, though his tone lacked conviction. Something about this strange woman inspired trust rather than fear. Ivy, she replied simply, tattoo artist, experimental theorist, and persona non grata among the marked elite. And you are a hobbit far from home, with a rather remarkable gift judging by the magical residue still clinging to your aura. She gestured to the doorway behind her. Come inside before the street patrols spot you. We have much to discuss, particularly about the Order of the Esfalados, and why your newfound ability makes you their most coveted prize. The interior of Ivy's shop belied its ramshackle exterior. Walls lined with shelves of stoppered bottles containing inks in every conceivable colour, and some that seemed to shift between hues. As Moscow glanced at them, sketches covered every available surface designs, both beautiful and terrifying in their complexity. At the centre stood a padded table, clearly meant for clients, surrounded by delicate instruments and illuminated by crystal orbs that floated without visible support. The Esfalados? Moscow asked as Ivy secured multiple locks on the door behind them. I've heard nightmares told to scare children into respecting the sacred nature of their markings. Not just stories. Ivy's expression darkened as she moved to a cabinet, extracting a dusty tome bound in what appeared to be leather but possessed an unsettling luster. The flayed ones are quite real, though they haven't been seen in Thornhaven for 3 generations. They believe that magical tattoos can be harvested, that the power remains in the marked skin even when separated from its original owner. Horror crawled up Moscow's spine. They take people's skin? Only from the deceased, originally, Ivy clarified, opening the tome to reveal gruesome illustrations that confirmed Moscow's fears. A forbidden practice, but one they justified as honouring the power of the departed. Over time, their philosophy corrupted. They began to believe that by wearing the combined marks of many masters, they could achieve divine status. She turned another page, revealing the image of a figure draped in a patchwork cloak of tattooed skin, a crown of thorns upon its head. The Thorn Queen, their leader, banished by the combined might of Thornhaven's arcane council, but not destroyed, and now, it seems, they have returned. What does this have to do with me? Moscow asked, though dread pooled in his stomach as pieces began to align in his mind. The overseer in the mine wasn't the first, Ivy said gravely. There have been others found drained of magical essence but still alive. Their tattoos faded beyond recovery. The Esfalados no longer need to flay their victims. They've developed techniques to extract power directly. But it's imperfect the essence dissipates quickly, unless transferred to a suitable vessel. Her mismatched eyes, one conventionally tattooed, one marked with forbidden sigils, fixed on Moscow with unsettling intensity. A vessel like you. The revelation struck Moscow like a physical blow. I'm not a vessel. I'm a hobbit. A miner. A blank. You're an absorber, Ivy corrected gently. Incredibly rare. The opposite of what we thought was the natural order. Instead of channeling magic outward through marks, you draw it inward. You don't need tattoos because your entire being is receptive to magical essence. She hesitated before adding, which makes you invaluable to the Esfalados, who need exactly such a vessel to preserve the power they steal. Before Moscow could process this revelation, a sharp crack split the air. The shop's windows darkened as magical barriers engaged, too late. The door burst inward despite its multiple locks, and figures cloaked in patchwork robes surged into the room. Their faces were concealed behind masks of stretched skin, adorned with magical tattoos that writhed with unnatural animation. The unmarked one intoned the foremost figure, voice resonating with multiple tones layered atop one another. You will serve the Thorn Queen. Ivy moved with shocking speed, the forbidden markings on the right side of her face blazing with crimson light. Fire erupted from her fingertips, not the controlled flames of traditional pyromancers, but wild, almost sentient conflagrations that surged toward the intruders. Run, she shouted to Moscow. Through the back! Find the Arcane Council, warn them! But Moscow stood frozen, transfixed by a sudden, inexplicable understanding. As the Esfalados advanced, and Ivy's defenses faltered against their combined power, clarity washed over him like dawn breaking through mist. His curse was a gift. His exclusion had been protection. Moving on instinct, Moscow stepped forward rather than retreating. He extended his hand toward the nearest Esfalado, fingers splayed. "You take what isn't yours," he said, his voice steadier than his hammering heart. "Let's see how you fare when the taking goes both ways." The moment his skin contacted the intruder's robia grotesque tapestry of preserved tattoos, the world seemed to hold its breath. Then, with a sound like tearing silk, magic flowed not from Moscow but into him. The stolen tattoos adorning the Esfalado's garment dimmed, their essence rushing into Moscow's small form like water, finding its level. Where the overseer's absorption had been accidental and modest, this was deliberate and overwhelming. Moscow's body illuminated from within, temporarily translucent as the stolen magic sought equilibrium. Through his skin, the outlines of bones and organs were briefly visible, suffused with arcane light. The Esfalado crumpled, their patchwork cloak of stolen magic now little more than ordinary cloth. The remaining intruders recoiled, their synchronized movements faltering for the first time. "Impossible," hissed their leader. "The absorber cannot redirect." "I'm not redirecting," Moscow replied, his voice echoing strangely as if multiple voices spoke through him. "I'm restoring balance." As if summoned by his words, the absorbed tattoos began to detach from Moscow's glowing form, manifesting as spectral patterns that hovered around him like luminous butterflies. Each design, each stolen piece of another mage's identity, pulsed once, before dissipating into motes of light that scattered in all directions, seeking their rightful owners throughout Thornhaven. Understanding dawned in Ivy's heterochromatic eyes. The tattoos were never just tools, she breathed. They're covenant's contracts, with entities beyond the veil who grant power in exchange for serving as their anchors in our reality. Her gaze shifted to the forbidden markings on her own skin. That's why experimental designs are prohibited. They can forge connections with entities unsanctioned by the founders of Thornhaven. In the days that followed, as the Arcane Council hunted down the remaining Esfalados and the Thorn Queen retreated to whatever shadow realm had sheltered her for generations, Thornhaven experienced a transformation. The revelation of tattoo magic's true nature, not a gift granted at birth, but a choice to enter into covenant with otherworldly powers, shook the foundations of their social hierarchy. Those whose tattoos had been drained found their connections gradually restored as the liberated entities returned to willing hosts. Moscow Burrows, once scorned as a blank, discovered his true purpose not to bear marks himself, but to maintain equilibrium between the realm of Thornhaven and the entities with whom its citizens forged their magical pacts. No longer confined to the mines, he worked alongside Ivy, whose controversial research was finally recognized for its insight. Together, they established a new order of Covenant Keepers, with Moscow as its heart, the unmarked absorber, who could both grant power to those worthy of connection and release those bound to entities against their will. His small hobbit hands, once calloused from mining tools, now performed the most delicate work in all Thornhaven, helping others find the perfect balance between power freely given and power responsibly held. And if sometimes in quiet moments he missed the simplicity of his former life, well, that was a small price to pay for finding his true place in a world that had always told him he didn't belong. Story 4. The Isles of Maraval drifted through the endless sky, like jewels scattered across a blanket of cerulean silk, each one tethered to the next by bridges of braided mist that shimmered in the sunlight. From the smallest farming outcrops, where crops hung from the underside like pendulous gardens, to the grand central island of Etherhome with its spiraling crystal towers, the archipelago defied the natural order by remaining suspended between heaven and earth. Far below, visible only on the clearest days, the endless ocean Chernida, vast expanse of dark waters that the people of the Sky Isles had not touched in 7 generations. Aboard the Windchaser, a sleek vessel whose gossamer sails captured the high currents that other ships could not reach, Tom Whitfoot adjusted his footing as the deck tilted sharply. Unlike the tall, willowy Maravelline crew with their silver hair and eyes the colour of dawn, Tom was a hobbit short, stout, with curly chestnut hair and feet that remained stubbornly bare despite the chill of the upper airways. As ship's cook, he had earned his place through an uncanny ability to prepare meals that remained perfectly balanced, regardless of the vessel's movements, a talent that had saved the crew from many an unappetizing disaster during turbulent storm chases. "Storm on the horizon, Master Whitfoot," called a voice from above. Looking up, Tom saw Captain Zephyra herself at the helm, her weathered face alight with fierce anticipation. Unlike many skyship captains who commanded from the safety of the quarterdeck, Zephyra preferred to be aloft among the rigging, where she could feel the changing air currents against her skin. Her long silver hair streamed behind her like a banner, tied with ribbons that meteorologists swore could predict weather changes by their movement alone. "Will it be the one, Captain?" Tom called back, already securing his cooking implements. The question needed no elaboration for months. The Windchaser had been hunting a very specific phenomenon, a tempest of azure lightning that, according to ancient texts, contained the only magic capable of halting the petrifying tide. The tide had first appeared a year earlier, a wave of enchantment that transformed everything it touched to unyielding stone. It had already claimed 3 outlying islands, leaving behind grim monuments of petrified life caught in mid-motion. Fishermen with nets half-cast, children frozen mid-laugh. Entire gardens crystallized into eternal stillness. With each passing month, the tide advanced closer to the heart of Maraval. "We shall see," Zephyra replied, her keen eyes fixed on the distant thunderheads that roiled with unnatural energy. This one bears the marks of the ancient description's counter-rotating cloud layers, a corona of spectral light. "Make ready, little chef. If we're successful, we'll have a guest for dinner." Tom didn't question how the harvesting of a magical storm might result in dinner company. In his 3 years aboard the Windchaser, he had learned that Zephyra's cryptic pronouncements often proved unnervingly accurate. Instead, he descended to his galley to prepare for rough sailing ahead, his nimble hobbit hands securing spice jars and cauldrons with practiced efficiency. The storm, when they reached it, exceeded even the most fantastical descriptions in the ship's library. Lightning of the purest azure crackled between clouds the color of midnight, forming patterns that seemed almost deliberate, like the script of some forgotten celestial language. The Windchaser plunged into the tempest's heart, its enchanted hull shimmering with protective runes as winds howled around them. The crew moved with choreographed precision, deploying specially crafted crystal receptacles to capture the azure lightning. Each strike that found one of these vessels filled it with pulsating blue energy that illuminated the deck in ghostly light. Tom watched from the relative safety of a doorway, marveling at the sailors who danced between lightning strikes with death-defying grace. Then came the cry that changed everything. "Man in the water, starboard side." In the midst of sky and storm, such words made little sense. Yet as Tom rushed to the railing with several crew members, he saw it not water as they knew it, but a curious substance that seemed neither fully liquid nor gas, a shimmering medium through which a figure struggled, reaching desperately toward the ship. Without hesitation, Zephyra ordered a rescue, and within moments the mysterious swimmer was hauled aboard. He was unlike any being Tom had ever seen, tall as the Maravalline but with skin that held a bluish tint, hair the color of deep ocean trenches, and eyes that seemed to contain tides within their depths. Most striking were the gill-like structures along his neck that opened and closed as he gasped for breath, and the webbing between his long, elegant fingers. "Prince Thalos," Zephyra addressed him to the shock of her crew. "You've swum a long way from your father's realm." The stranger's eyes widened with recognition, then narrowed with suspicion. "Captain Zephyra," he replied, his voice carrying a curious resonance like water moving through crystal. "Your reputation extends even to the depths. I did not expect rescue from one who hunts the azure lightning, the very magic my father uses to power his campaign against your kind." A murmur rippled through the crew. Tom, who had brought a warming draught for the stranger, nearly dropped his tray in surprise. This elegant, half-drowned figure was from the kingdom below, the realm whose monarch controlled the petrifying tide. "Your father's quarrel is with those who rule above, not those who sail between," Zephyra replied diplomatically. "And any soul struggling in the in-between deserves salvation, regardless of their origin. Now, tell us, Prince Y, do we find the heir to the deep kingdom swimming through the sky, so far from home?" Thalos' story unfurled over dinner in the captain's quarter's tale of exile and betrayal. He had opposed his father's decision to unleash the petrifying tide upon the Sky Isles, arguing that vengeance for ancient wrongs would only perpetuate the cycle of hatred between their peoples. For this defiance, King Nereus had banished his son, stripping him of his aqua manipulation abilities that would have allowed him to navigate the ocean depths freely. "I sought to reach the Sky Isles," Thalos explained between careful bites of the feast Tom had prepared dishes specifically chosen to introduce the prince to flavors unknown in the depth, to warn them, perhaps to find allies who might help reason with my father before both our realms suffer irreparable harm. You speak as though the conflict would damage the Deep Kingdom as well, Zephyra observed shrewdly. Yet it is your father who wields the tide as a weapon. Thalos's expression darkened. My father wields power he does not understand. The petrifying tide was never meant to be controlled. It is a natural force, part of an ancient cycle that maintains balance between sky and sea. By directing it solely upward, he disrupts that balance. Already, parts of our outer territories calcify and crumble. He refuses to see the connection. Tom, who had been quietly refreshing goblets around the table, found himself inexplicably drawn to the prince's words. Connection, he repeated thoughtfully. Like in cooking, how changing one element affects the entire dish. All eyes turned to the Hobbit, who blushed at the sudden attention. Zephyra, however, nodded encouragingly. Elaborate, Master Whitfoot. Your insights often carry wisdom cloaked in simplicity. Emboldened, Tom continued. In my grandmother's cookbook, there's a recipe for storm-tide broth, a dish I've never been able to recreate properly. It calls for tears of the sky and breath of the deep to be combined in perfect equilibrium, or else the entire mixture solidifies into inedible stone. He paused, suddenly self-conscious. I always thought it metaphorical, but now. Thalos rose from his seat, excitement transforming his features. The ancient accord. It was often encoded in mundane forms to survive the censorship that followed the Great Sundering. Your grandmother's cookbook might contain the actual ritual that established the original balance. The next morning found an unlikely trio huddled in Tom's small galley, Zephyra, with her navigator's precision, Thalos, with his inherited knowledge of deep magic, and Tom with his grandmother's battered cookbook, its pages stained with the food experiments of generations. Together, they decoded what had seemed like peculiar cooking instructions into something far more profound. Tears of the sky, the azure lightning we harvest, Zephyra deduced, pointing to a crystalline vial of the pulsing blue energy. Breath of the deep, the enchanted waters from the core vents of my father's palace, Thalos added, which I, as his son, have carried within my very blood since birth. Tom's finger traced the next line. When combined by hands that know balance, under the light of 3 converging moons, the elixir forms that which neither petrifies nor dissolves, but maintains eternal harmony. Outside, a rare celestial event approached the convergence of Maraval's 3 moons, which occurred only once every 70 years. It was no coincidence, Zephyra realized, that the petrifying tide had begun its advance precisely 70 years after the last convergence, when the balance spell should have been renewed. With the Windchaser positioned at the exact midpoint between sky and sea place marked in Tom's cookbook as the threshold of equilibrium, they prepared for the ritual. Azure lightning crackled in a crystal bowl as Thalos added 3 drops of his own blood, the fluid shimmering with deep-sea magic inherited from his royal lineage. Now, Zephyr instructed, the hands that know balance. Tom stepped forward uncertainly. I'm just a cook. A cook, Thalos replied with newfound respect, who understands that too much or too little of any element ruins the whole, who creates harmony from disparate ingredients, whose hands know instinctively when proportions are true, guided by instinct refined through years of culinary precision. Tom's hands moved over the bowl, stirring with a rhythm that matched the convergence of moonlight filtering through the ship's crystal skylights. The mixture began to glow, azure and aquamarine energies spiraling together, neither dominating the other. Far below, the petrifying tide halted its advance, as if meeting an invisible barrier. From the depths, a responding magic rose to meet the energy emanating from the Windchaser King Nereus. Willing or not, finding his powers of calcification neutralized and redirected into the proper cycle of balance. When the ritual completed, what remained in the bowl was a small, perfect crystal half translucent like sky, half opaque like depths, that pulsed with the combined essence of both realms. The harmonic key, Thalos breathed in awe, the physical embodiment of the accord between sky and sea. Legend says it was shattered during the Great Sundering, its pieces scattered to ensure neither realm could dominate the other. And now reconstructed, Zephyr added, by a hobbit who simply wanted his recipes to turn out right. In the days that followed, as the Windchaser carried them to Aetherhome with their precious cargo, Tom often found himself on deck with Thalos, exchanging stories of their disparate worlds. The prince described magnificent cities carved from living coral, illuminated by bioluminescent creatures that danced in synchronized patterns. Tom shared tales of the Shire, of harvest festivals, and the simple joy of a perfectly baked pie shared among friends. "Your people value comfort and satisfaction," Thalos observed. "Mine prize endurance and adaptation. Perhaps that is why we were drawn apart, focusing on our differences rather than the complementary nature of our strengths." The harmonic key, presented to the Sky Council and transmitted to the Deep Kingdom through Thalos's reconnected mental link with his father, became the cornerstone of a new accord. The petrifying tide returned to its natural cycle, touching both realms equally but briefly, strengthening structures rather than freezing them eternally, before receding to gather power for the next 70-year cycle. Tom Whitfoot found himself unexpectedly celebrated not just as the ship's cook who could balance flavors, but as a diplomat who had helped balance realms. On ceremonial occasions, he would prepare dishes that incorporated ingredients from both sky and sea, creating culinary harmonies that echoed the greater balance his hands had helped restore. And if sometimes, in quiet moments on the Windchaser's deck, he missed the simple pleasures of a hobbit hole with its well-stocked pantry and predictable mealtimes, that seemed a small price to pay for having found his own perfect balance between the extraordinary and the ordinary, between grand destiny and humble expertise, between the depths of sea and the heights of sky that now existed in renewed harmony. Story 5. Time flowed differently in the Kingdom of Evermore. It twisted and coiled like a living thing, meandering through the alabaster spires and crystalline domes of the floating citadel. In the central tower, with its spiraling clock face large enough to be seen from every corner of the realm, the weavers of destiny worked their mysterious craft. Their nimble fingers manipulated the very threads of temporal reality, golden strands that represented joyous moments, silver for mundane events, and obsidian for tragedy and pain. Together, these threads formed the tapestry of ages, a living record of history that not only chronicled the past, but, in Evermore, could also reshape it. Far below the grand chambers of the weavers, in a modest shop tucked within the labyrinthine streets of the lower quarter, Lotho Sackville Baggins adjusted his jeweler's loop and peered at the intricate mechanism before him. Unlike the tall, ethereal humans of Evermore with their silvery hair and eyes that reflected starlight, Lotho was a hobbit stout, practical, with curly brown hair and fingers that, while short, possessed extraordinary dexterity. His skill with timepieces had earned him rare respect among the Evermore elite, who valued precision above all else in a kingdom where time itself was the most precious commodity. 342, 343. Lotho counted each tick of the chronometer he was calibrating, his internal sense of time so exact he could detect a deviation of less than a heartbeat.
This peculiar talent had brought him from the distant Shire to this realm of temporal mages and reality shapers, where his services commanded prices that would have made even his acquisitive relatives gasp with envy.
The shop bell chimed, its sound oddly distorted, stretching and compressing, as though the seconds themselves couldn't decide their proper duration. Lotho glanced up to see a hooded figure in the doorway, their features obscured but their bearing unmistakably tense. "We're closed," Lotho said, returning his attention to the chronometer. "Come back at the 8th chime of morning. Time is something I have both too much and too little of, Master Clockmaker." The visitor pushed back their hood, revealing a young man with features sharp as cut glass and eyes that shifted between blue and grey like storm clouds in motion. A jagged scar ran from his temple to his jaw, pulsing faintly with an inner light. "My name is Thorn, and I believe we share a concern about how the weavers are manipulating the fabric of our reality." Lotho's hand froze mid-adjustment. For months he had harboured suspicions, noticing subtle shifts in the temporal flow that no one else seemed to perceive. Mechanisms that had run perfectly for years suddenly required recalibration. Pendulums that should swing in perfect rhythm developed inexplicable irregularities. Something was disrupting the natural order of time, and the disruptions were growing more frequent, more severe. "I don't know what you're implying," Lotho replied cautiously, "but criticizing the weavers is tantamount to treason in Evermore." Thorn approached, moving with a strange fluidity as though slightly out of sync with the world around him. "What if I told you that you're right to be concerned, that the weavers, in their arrogance, are removing moments of pain and suffering from history, editing out war, disease, heartbreak without understanding the consequences. The Hobbit's eyes narrowed. And how would you know such things? Because I exist outside their web. Thorn extended his hand, revealing a palm crossed with scars that glowed with the same strange light as the one on his face. I am a paradox, Master Sackville Bagginsborn. During a moment the weavers erased, yet somehow persisting. Their manipulations cannot touch me, which makes me both valuable and dangerous. Outside, the great clock tower tolled an unexpected hour, its deep resonance shaking dust from the rafters. Lotho felt the vibration not just in his ears, but in his bones, a wrongness that set his teeth on edge. Something fundamental had shifted in the temporal fabric. The 7th deletion this month, Thorn observed grimly. They're becoming bolder, removing larger segments of the past. Soon, the discontinuities will tear ever more apart. As if in confirmation, a tremor rippled through the shop. Timepieces rattled on their shelves, and through the window, Lotho witnessed an impossible sight. A flock of birds frozen mid-flight, suspended motionless for several heartbeats, before suddenly accelerating to unnatural speed and vanishing beyond the rooftops. "What do you want from me?" Lotho demanded, his practical hobbit sense warring with growing alarm. "Your precision, your immunity to their subtle manipulations." Thorn leaned closer. "We must recover the primordial loom, the original instrument of time weaving, which they have locked away, and replaced with corrupted versions that cannot properly maintain the timeline's integrity. With it, we can restore what they have undone before reality itself unravels." Before Lotho could respond, the shop door burst open. 3 figures in the iridescent robes of the Weaver's Guard stood silhouetted against the twilight, their hands wreathed in temporal energy that distorted the air around them. "Lotho Sackville Baggins," the central figure announced, his voice echoing strangely as though speaking from multiple moments simultaneously. "By decree of Grand Weaver Kronos, you are summoned for questioning regarding temporal anomalies originating from this location." Thorn reacted with preternatural swiftness, drawing a dagger that seemed to phase in and out of existence. "Run!" he hissed at Lotho. "Through the back. I'll find you." The next moments passed in a chaos of shattered glass and warping reality. Lotho, driven by an instinct for self-preservation that trumped his usual preference for comfort and predictability, fled through his workshop and out a rear door that opened onto a narrow alley. Behind him, he heard the clash of weapons and the distinctive sound of temporal magic being unleashed, a noise like fabric tearing on a cosmic scale. He ran until his sturdy hobbit legs burned with exertion, navigating the twisting streets of the lower quarter with the same precision he applied to his clockwork. Eventually, he found himself in Shadow Marketa disreputable bazaar, where the flotsam and jetsam of Evermore gathered to trade in goods the weavers preferred to pretend didn't exist. Collapsed against a wall, trying to catch his breath, Lotho noticed something alarming. The moons of Evermore, usually 3 perfect orbs of different sizes that cast complementary light across the kingdom, appeared distorted. The smallest moon seemed to flicker in and out of existence, while the largest had developed a strange halo of temporal distortion, its light reaching the ground seconds before it should have been visible in the sky. "The fabric thins," came Thorn's voice as the scarred thief materialized from the shadows. He looked battered but unbowed, his strange blade now sheathed at his hip. "We have less time than I feared. What did they mean about anomalies originating from my shop?" Lotho demanded once they had found temporary sanctuary in an abandoned storeroom filled with discarded chronometric instruments. Thorn's expression grew solemn. "Your gift for true time, the ability to sense the original, unaltered flow of moments, creates ripples they can detect. Each time you adjust a timepiece to the correct rhythm instead of their manipulated one, you create a pocket of temporal truth that disrupts their carefully constructed illusions." The realization struck Lotho like a physical blow. Every watch he had calibrated, every clock he had repaired to his exacting standards each, had been an unwitting act of rebellion against the Weaver's alterations. "The Grand Weaver has sensed these disruptions," Thorn continued. "He fears what would happen if enough people began to perceive the true timeline rather than the sanitized version the Weavers maintain." "And what would happen?" Lotho asked, though something in his heart already knew the answer. "Reality would reassert itself," Thorn replied grimly. "The pain and suffering they've removed would return along with the growth, wisdom, and strength that such experiences forge. The collective memory of Evermore would be restored, including the memory of what really happened 1,000 years ago, when the cataclysm nearly destroyed everything. Through the night, as they navigated secret passages beneath Evermore's gleaming streets, Thorn revealed the truth. Evermore existed within a temporal bubble, created in the aftermath of a catastrophe so vast it had nearly unmade reality itself. The first weavers had used the primordial loom to isolate their kingdom from the devastation, creating a pocket of altered time where life could continue. But what had begun as salvation had evolved into something more insidious, a systematic erasure of anything uncomfortable or challenging from history, leaving a sterile, perfect society that was growing increasingly unstable. The primordial loom lay in the deepest vault beneath the clock tower, guarded by temporal wards and the elite chronomancers who served as the Grand Weaver's personal guard. To reach it, they would need to pass through the Hall of Momensa chamber, where discarded timelines hung like ghostly tapestries, containing all that had been deemed too painful or disruptive for Evermore's perfect society. Dawn found them crouched in the shadows of the Weaver's citadel, watching as robed figures entered and exited the gleaming tower. With each passing hour, new temporal disturbances rippled through the kingdom. Buildings phased between different architectural styles. Citizens would occasionally freeze mid-step, then continue as if nothing had happened. In the sky above, fracture lines had begun to appear, cracks in the very fabric of the localized reality the Weavers maintained. "We move at the 13th chime," Thorn whispered. "The temporal guards will be thinnest then, as they reinforce the weakening boundaries. If we succeed," Lotho asked, "what happens to Evermore? To its people?" Thorn's ever-changing eyes met his. Truth returns. Pain returns. But so does the full spectrum of existence that makes life meaningful. The kingdom will rejoin the greater world it's been separated from for a millennium. Slipping past the outer guards proved easier than expectiality had become so unstable that the Weavers had deployed most of their forces to maintain the kingdom's borders. The real challenge came in the Hall of Moments, where discarded timelines pulled at them like undertow, threatening to draw them into fragments of erased history. Lotho witnessed flashes of Evermore's true past, a devastating plague that had killed thousands, a civil war that had divided the kingdom, periods of famine and hardship that had tested the citizens' resolve. Yet in each discarded timeline, he also saw something the Weavers had not valued: the compassion born from shared suffering, the innovations sparked by necessity, the communities forged through mutual support during dark times. "They removed the shadows," he murmured, but didn't realize they were also removing the depth. At the hall's end stood a sealed vault door, inscribed with chronometric runes that shifted and rearranged themselves continuously, a lock that existed in multiple temporal states simultaneously, making conventional picking impossible. "This is why we needed you," Thorn said. "Your sense of absolute time. You must find the moment when all configurations align, the single instant when the lock exists in only one state." Lotho closed his eyes, extending his awareness as he did when calibrating his most delicate instruments. The conflicting temporal flows washed over him, dizzying, disorienting, but beneath them, he sensed a pattern, a rhythm as fundamental as a heartbeat. "There," he said, his fingers moving to input the combination during the precise moment of alignment. "Now!" The vault door swung open, revealing a chamber bathed in pure golden light. At its center floated the primordial loom knot, a physical apparatus as Lotho had imagined, but a nexus of radiant energy, where countless threads of time converged and diverged in patterns too complex for mortal minds to fully comprehend. Before they could approach, a voice like the tolling of a great bell reverberated through the chamber. The clockmaker and the anomaly. How fitting. Grand Weaver Kronos materialized before Themen, imposing figure whose form seemed composed more of light and temporal energy than flesh. His eyes held the depth of centuries, his hands constantly moving as though weaving invisible threads. "You cannot understand the burden we bear," Kronos intoned. "The suffering we have prevented, the peace we maintain." "At what cost?" Thorn challenged. "A half-life? A fragile illusion cracking at the seams? Look around you, Weaver. Your manipulations destabilize the very reality you claim to protect. Better a comfortable dream than a painful truth," Kronos replied, though doubt flickered across his ageless features as he glanced at the fractures spreading visibly along the chamber walls. "What right have you, temporal accident, and a halfling tradesmanto, undo what we have preserved for 1,000 years. Lotho stepped forward, his practical hobbit sense cutting through the grand philosophizing. The right of those who live in reality, not hide from it. I come from simple folk, grand weaver people, who understand that joy tastes sweeter for having known sorrow, that comfort means more when earned through hardship. By removing pain, you've removed meaning. The loom must be reset, Thorn added more gently. Not to undo Evermore, but to reintegrate Itu, allow your people to live fully, with all the messiness that entails. For a moment, it seemed Kronos might resist. Temporal energy gathered around his hands, reality bending to his will, but then another tremor shook the chamber the most violent yet, and a great crack split the ceiling, revealing the sky above where the 3 moons now appeared to overlap impossibly, their combined light-casting prismatic shadows. It was never meant to last this long, Kronos admitted, his voice suddenly old and tired. The isolation was meant to be temporary just until the world healed, but we grew afraid to rejoin a reality we couldn't control. With surprising dignity, the Grand Weaver stepped aside, gesturing toward the primordial loom. If you truly believe the time has come, then do what you must, but know that not all will thank you for the truth you restore. As Lotho approached the loom, he felt its power calling to him, recognizing, perhaps, the perfect temporal sense that had made him Evermore's finest clockmaker. With guidance from Thorn, who seemed to instinctively understand the loom's workings, he began the delicate process of reintegration. The primordial loom responded to his touch, its radiance intensifying as temporal threads rearranged themselves, not severed, but rewoven to restore continuity with the greater world beyond Evermore. As the true pattern emerged, Lotho understood what the weavers had failed to grasp. That time was not meant to be a carefully curated experience, but a continuous flow with all its turbulence and calm, its pain and pleasure forming the complete tapestry of existence. When the final thread slipped into place, a wave of restored reality washed outward from the tower. The citizens of Evermore staggered as forgotten memories returned, centuries of edited history flooding back into collective consciousness. But there was also wonder as the kingdom's boundaries dissolved, revealing a healed world beyond different than they remembered, marked by its own struggles and triumphs, but ready to welcome them back into the greater flow of time. And in the tower, as the primordial loom settled into its true purpose, not altering time but merely recording its passage, Lotho Sackville Baggins felt a profound sense of rightness. He had come to Evermore, seeking fortune through his gift for precision, never imagining that this same talent would help restore an entire kingdom to its proper place in the unfolding tapestry of existence. Time to build clocks that simply tell the time, he remarked to Thorn as they descended the tower steps into a kingdom forever changed, rather than trying to control it. Thorn smiled, his form now fully substantial, as his paradoxical nature resolved itself within the restored timeline. A humble ambition, Master Hobbit, but perhaps the wisest one of all. Story 6. The Valley of Mistral lay cradled between the jagged peaks of the Frostspine Mountains like an emerald gem set in a crown of stone and ice. Ancient forests cloaked its slopes in verdant splendor, while crystalline streams wound their way through meadows where wildflowers bloomed in kaleidoscopic profusion. For 1,000 years, this hidden paradise had thrived in perfect harmony, protected from the chaos of the outside world by the 7 Sentinels' colossal statues that stood at strategic points throughout the valley, their weathered forms towering over the landscape like silent, eternal guardians. But now, 6 of the mighty Sentinels had vanished, disappearing without explanation or warning over the past year. Only the 7th remained, the one the valley folk called the Fallen Guardian, though it had not yet fallen. Still, it stood at the valley's eastern entrance, a titan of stone 30 feet tall with a great sword planted before it, both hands resting upon the pommel in eternal vigilance. Yet even this last protector showed signs of failing. Spiderweb cracks had begun to spread across its surface, growing more pronounced with each passing day. In the small village of Willowbrook that nestled at the Fallen Guardian's feet, Mungo Proudfoot sat before his workbench, his small hobbit hands moving with practiced precision as he carved intricate patterns into a piece of cherry wood. Unlike most hobbits who preferred gardening or brewing or the comforts of a well-stocked pantry, Mungo had always been drawn to woodworking. His fingers, though short and sturdy, possessed a dexterity and sensitivity that allowed him to create pieces of astonishing beauty and detail. Master Proudfoot, called a voice from his open door. "The council requests your presence immediately." Mungo looked up to see Thaddeus, the village herald, standing in the doorway with an expression of barely contained anxiety. The elderly man's hands fidgeted with the brim of his cap, a sure sign that something of great import was afoot. "Whatever for?" Mungo asked, setting down his carving tools with reluctance. At 46 years of age, he was considered middle-aged by Hobbit standards, though the silver threading his dark curls made him appear somewhat older to the humans of Mistral. "It's the Guardian, sir." New cracks appeared overnight worse than before. "And there's a woman, a stranger. She says she knows why the Sentinels are vanishing." Curiosity piqued, Mungo followed Thaddeus through Willowbrook's winding paths, the bakery whose aromas made his stomach rumble appreciatively. But today, his attention fixed solely on the growing commotion ahead, where villagers gathered around the base of the fallen Guardian. The Council of Elders formed a semicircle before the statue, their faces grave. Opposite them stood a woman unlike any Mungo had seen in the valley, tall and willowy, with skin the colour of burnished copper and hair that seemed to shift between midnight black and deep indigo depending on how the light struck it. She wore a traveller's attire of sturdy boots, leather breeches, and a cloak that had seen many miles. Most striking, however, was the book she clutched to her chest, a massive tome bound in what appeared to be silver-veined stone, its edges glowing faintly with an inner light. "This is Master Proudfoot," Elder Mariam announced as Mungo approached, "our finest artisan, whose hands know stone and wood better than any in Mistral." The stranger's eyes saw startling amber that seemed to catch and hold the sunlight fixed upon Mungo with unsettling intensity. "You hear them, don't you?" she asked without preamble. The whispers of the stone. Mungo's breath caught in his throat. For years he had kept his secret closely guarded how sometimes, when working with stone, or even standing near the Guardian, he heard faint voices speaking in languages he couldn't understand, but somehow comprehended nonetheless. Most assumed his skill came from practice or natural talent. None knew of the guidance that sometimes came to him from the materials themselves. "I occasionally get impressions," he admitted carefully, aware of the council's surprised glances. "My name is Vesper," the woman said. "I am the last Lore-keeper of Ithoria, and I have spent my life studying the text of the World Song." She lifted the stone book slightly. "What you hear, Master Proudfoot, are not merely impressions. They are the voices of the imprisoned gods." A murmur rippled through the gathered crowd. Elder Tomas, a stern man with little patience for fanciful notions, stepped forward. "The Sentinels have protected Mistral since its founding," he stated firmly. "They are constructs, crafted by the ancient stone shapers to ward our valley. Nothing more." Vesper's smile held no humour. "A comforting lie, Elder. The truth is far less pleasant. The Sentinels were never built. They were bound. Ancient divinities captured and imprisoned in stone after the Godswar that nearly destroyed the world. For a millennium they have stood guard, their divine power harnessed to create the barrier that shields this valley from discovery." As if in response to her words, a deep groan emanated from the fallen Guardian. New cracks raced across its surface, one spreading from its shoulder down to the stone sword upon which it leaned. Several villagers gasped, backing away in fear. "Please," Elder Mariam implored, "if what you say is true, then tell us why the Sentinels are disappearing now, after all these centuries." "Because another force seeks to claim them," Vesper replied gravely. "The hunters of gods mortals who believe divine power should belong to those with the strength to take it. They have found a way to extract the divine essence from its stone prison, transferring it to vessels of their own making." "And the disappearances?" Mungo asked. "Not disappearances. Thefts. The hunters take the essence but destroy the stone form to hide their actions. 5 have already fallen to them. The 6th they attempted to claim 3 nights past, but I interrupted their ritual. They fled, but the damage was done that Sentinel crumbled to dust by morning." Mungo found himself walking toward the fallen Guardian, drawn by an impulse he couldn't name. As he approached the massive stone feet, the whispers in his mind grew stronger, no longer incomprehensible, but forming words, phrases, emotions, weakening. "The seal cracks. Help us, small one." Placing his palm against the cool stone, Mungo gasped as images flooded his mind. A time before time, when beings of immense power walked the earth. A terrible war that scarred reality itself. a desperate bargain struck to preserve what remained, with the gods themselves volunteering imprisonment to contain the forces they had unleashed. "It's true," he whispered, turning back to face the astonished gathering. "I can hear him. The Guardian's name is Valorian, the Twilight Judge. He was a god of boundaries and oaths." Vesper approached, her expression a mixture of awe and validation. "You have the gift of stone speaking. Rare indeed, especially among the halfling folk. Perhaps that is why you were drawn to this valley, why all hobbits find such comfort in earth and growing things, a distant echo of divine connection." Before further discussion could unfold, a horn blast echoed from the western ridge. A rider appeared, his horse lathered with the effort of hard travel. "Riders approach," he shouted as he reached the village square. A force of at least 30, bearing the emblem of a shattered crown. "They'll reach the eastern pass by nightfall." "The hunters of gods," Vesper hissed. "They come for the last sentinel." Panic erupted among the villagers. The council began issuing orders for evacuation to the caves in the northern cliffs. Mungo, however, remained rooted beside the Guardian, his mind still connected to the ancient consciousness within the stone. "We cannot flee." The voice of Valorian resonated in his thoughts. "If they claim my essence, the barrier falls completely. What lies beyond will consume this valley and all within it." "What lies beyond?" Mungo asked aloud, drawing curious glances from those nearby. "That which we fought to contain the void between. A hungering nothingness that devours reality itself. Our imprisonment maintains the boundary between worlds." Vesper had opened her stone book, its pages covered in script that shifted and moved as if alive.
"The hunters believe they can control divine power," she explained, reading passages with frantic urgency. "They cannot. The essence they extract becomes corrupted, unstable."
"If they take the Twilight Judge, the barrier fails completely," Mungo finished, the Guardian's knowledge flowing through him. "But there might be another way." He turned to Vesper. "The binding is failing because it was never meant to last eternally. The gods agreed to imprisonment, not obliteration. What if we release Valorian on our terms, not theirs?" "Release a god?" Elder Thomas sputtered. "Have you lost your wits, Proudfoot?" "Not release as in set free without constraint," Mungo clarified, the plan forming as Valorian's whispers guided him. "But transfer his essence to a new Vesselone that can move and defend itself against the hunters." Vesper's eyes widened as understanding dawned. "A reconsecration ritual. It's theoretically possible, but it would require—" "A vessel willingly offered," Mungo said firmly, "and hands skilled enough to reshape stone." The meaning behind his words settled over the gathered villagers like a heavy mantle. "You cannot mean yourself," Elder Mariam gasped. "The power of a god would burn through a mortal form in moments." "Not if the vessel is properly prepared," Vesper countered, her fingers rapidly turning pages in the ancient book. "And not if the connection already exists naturally, as it seems to with Master Proudfoot." As the sun began its descent toward the western peaks, Mungo and Vesper worked with desperate speed. Following the Lore Keeper's instructions from the World Song, Mungo carved 7 small figurines from the heart of an ancient oak that had been struck by lightning during the last full moon. Each figurine represented one of the 7 sentinels, with the 7th Valorian carved with particular care and intricacy. "These will serve as anchors," Vesper explained, as she inscribed arcane symbols around a circle at the Guardian's feet, distributing the divine essence so it doesn't overwhelm you completely. "Are you certain of this path, small one?" Valorian's voice had grown clearer as the ritual preparations progressed. "What you propose has never been attempted. You would become neither fully mortal nor truly divinely a twilight existence between worlds." "I've always lived between worlds in a sense," Mungo replied, thinking of his life as the only hobbit in a valley of humans. "And I understand now why my hands have always known Stonewye. I've always felt its voice. Perhaps this was always my purpose." As dusk painted the sky in hues of amber and violet, distant torches appeared at the mouth of the eastern pass, the hunters of gods approaching for their final prize. The villagers had retreated to defensible positions, armed with whatever weapons they could muster, but all knew such defenses would prove futile against those who had already captured 5 divine essences. Vesper completed the final sigil and stepped back, her face solemn. It must be done now, while the veil between worlds thins with the coming night. Mungo took his position in the center of the inscribed circle, the 7 figurines arranged around him. Taking a deep breath, he placed both hands upon the cracked foot of the Guardian and spoke the words Vesper had taught him, an ancient language that felt strangely natural upon his tongue. Valorian, Twilight Judge, Keeper of Boundaries, I offer myself as vessel and guardian. No longer stone-bound, but flesh-allied. No longer fixed sentinel, but living shield. The effect was immediate and overwhelming. The cracks in the Guardian's surface blazed with golden light that spread rapidly throughout the colossal form. Mungo's body arched as divine essence poured into him, a torrent of power, memory, and perception beyond mortal comprehension. He saw the world as Valorian had seen it, both its physical form and the boundaries between realities that mortals could not perceive. He felt the god's ancient weariness, its longing for freedom, and its immeasurable gratitude for this unexpected salvation. When the transfer completed, the stone form of the Guardian crumbled to dust, leaving Mungo standing alone in the circle. But he was no longer simply Mungo Proudfoot, Hobbit woodcarver of Willowbrook. Divine power thrummed through his veins. His perception extended far beyond mortal limits, and knowledge of cosmic laws filled his mind. The 7 figurines he had carved now glowed with inner light, each containing a fragment of Valorian's power, allowing Mungo's mortal form to channel the divine without being consumed by it. Around his head floated a circle of twilight, like neither crown nor halo, but something between, marking his new nature as neither fully mortal nor completely divine. As the Hunters of Gods crested the final rise before Willowbrook, they found not a defenseless village and a crumbling stone sentinel, but a small figure wreathed in awesome power, standing at the boundary of the valley, with arms outstretched, and 7 glowing totems orbiting around him. You seek what is not yours to claim. Mungo spoke, his voice resonating with echoes of Valorian's ancient authority. This threshold shall not be crossed. What followed would become legend throughout Mistral, and beyond how a Hobbit woodcarver channeled the power of a boundary god to create a new kind of barrier, one that didn't merely hide the valley, but judged those who sought entrance, permitting passage only to those with no malice in their hearts. How the hunters were scattered, their stolen divine essences reclaimed and properly released to their original purposes, rather than bound or exploited. In the years that followed, Mungo Proudfooter the Twilight Hobbit, as children sometimes called him with affectionate, or continued to carve his magnificent pieces. But now his works contained subtle magic, his fingers guided by divine inspiration to create thresholds and doorways that connected rather than divided, boundaries that protected rather than isolated. And if sometimes, on quiet evenings, villagers glimpsed him sitting beneath the stars, engaged in conversation with beings no mortal eye could perceive, the freed essences of the 7 sentinels, now restored to their rightful place in the cosmic order, they simply smiled and went about their business, grateful for the guardian who had chosen to stand between worlds so that theirs might continue to flourish in peace. Story 7. The divided lands of Alfheim stretched beneath the amber light of dusk, a realm where ancient magic pulsed through every stone and stream. To the east rose the crystal spires of Elysia, where elven cities spiraled around living trees as tall as mountains, their alabaster walkways gleaming with enchanted light. To the west sprawled Westmark, where humans had raised fortresses of stone and iron, their flags snapping in winds that carried the scent of forge fire and ambition. Between them lay the boundary knot, a wall or river, but a shimmering veil of magic, visible only as a faint distortion in the air, like heat rising from summer stone. For 9 centuries, this magical border had maintained an uneasy peace, crossed only by official emissaries, and the handful of couriers licensed to carry messages between the once warring people. Folko Boffin was one such courier hobbit, whose small stature and unremarkable appearance belied his importance in maintaining diplomatic relations between the realms. Known for his swiftness and discretion, he had carried secret treaties and confidential messages across the boundary for 15 years without incident. Until today, Folko's breath came in ragged gasps as he darted between the ancient oaks at the edge of the Whisperwood, the forbidden forest that marked the southern edge of both territories. The satchel that normally hung heavy with diplomatic scrolls had been emptied, its precious cargo, the crown of Unity, stolen from his very hands as he'd slept at the Crossroads Inn. In its place, the thieves had left a perfect replica, the deception discovered only when he'd arrived at the renewal ceremony to find both elven and human dignitaries already in possession of what they believed to be the true crown. Thief! The accusation still rang in his ears, spoken in the musical yet cutting tones of Lord Thranduil, head of the Elven Council. Seize the halfling. He has betrayed the sacred trust. Guards of both races had moved to capture him, but Folco's small size and lifetime of swift movement had served him well, where those who entered rarely emerged unchanged, if they emerged at all. Now, as darkness fell, and the trees closed around him like silent sentinels, Folco felt the forest's enchantment taking hold. Shadows moved with purpose here, and eyes gleamed from hollow trunks. The very air hummed with whispered conversations just beyond comprehension. Who enters my domain? The voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, melodic yet edged with steel. Folco froze, his hand instinctively reaching for the small blade at his belt. "I seek sanctuary," he called, trying to keep his voice steady. "I've been falsely accused." Soft laughter rustled through the leaves overhead. From behind an ancient oak stepped a figure that seemed at first glance to be formed of moonlight and shadow. As she moved closer, her form solidified an elf maiden unlike any Folco had seen. Where the elves of the crystal spires were all pale gold and silver, her hair was as black as a starless night, her eyes a deep violet that seemed to hold centuries of secrets. Most striking was the mark that curved from her temple to her Jawa's sinuous line of what appeared to be living silver, shifting beneath her skin like quicksilver. Falsely accused? An interesting claim from one who flees with such desperation. She circled him, moving with a predator's grace. "I am Lyria, exile of Elysia, keeper of the old ways. And you, little one, have stumbled into a game far larger than you realize." "I'm no player of games," Folco protested. "I'm a messenger Folco Boffin of the East Farthing. The Crown of Unity was stolen while in my care, replaced with a forgery. I've been framed." "The crown?" Lyria's expression sharpened. "Show me." Reluctantly, Folco withdrew the replica from his satchel. In the dim forest light, it still gleamed impressively, a circlet of intertwined silver and gold, set with gems that caught light from both sun and moon. Only upon closest inspection could one see that the runes etched along its band were flawed, their magic inert. Lyria took the crown, her fingers tracing the imperfect symbols. "Clever work," she murmured. "Few would notice the difference. Fewer still would care to look." "What do you mean?" Her violet eyes met his. "Tell me, courier in all your years carrying messages between elf and human, have you ever asked yourself why two peoples who so deeply mistrust one another maintain this fragile peace? Why they renew their treaties century after century while teaching their children to hate?" Before Folco could respond, a cracking sound echoed through the forest. Lyria's head snapped up, her body tensing. "Boundary wardens," she hissed. "They've breached the forest's edge." She seized Folco's wrist. "Come, we haven't much time." She pulled him deeper into the Whisperwood, along paths invisible until they were already upon them. The trees seemed to part before her and close behind, obscuring their trail. As they ran, Lyria began to change a form, blurring at the edges, her height diminishing, her features shifting until Folco found himself following what appeared to be another hobbit, indistinguishable from himself. "How?" he gasped. "The art of metamorphosis," she replied in a voice now identical to his own. "The true magic of the elder days, before elf and human forgot their common ancestry." Hare's face twisted in a bitter smile. "The magic they exiled me for preserving." They reached a massive oak whose trunk had split and hollowed, forming a natural shelter. Inside, Lyria reverted to her elven form and pressed her palm against the inner bark. Light bloomed from her silver mark, spreading into the wood and revealing a hidden door that spiraled downward into earth. Within, Folco discovered an underground sanctuary lit by crystals that pulsed with soft blue radiance. Maps covered one-wall ancient parchments, showing Alfheim not as divided lands, but as a single realm. Upon a central table lay scattered documents, some bearing the seals of the Elven Council, others marked with the crest of the human court. "For 3 centuries, I have watched and waited," Lyria said, gesturing to the collected intelligence. The treaty renewal was never about peace. It was about containment. She directed Folco's attention to the largest map. There, beyond the southern edge of the Whisperwood, lay a region marked only as the Shadowlands territory, shown as blighted and barren. "What exists there?" Folco asked. "Not what, but who?" Lyria's voice softened. "The children of discord born of unions between elf and human, possessing powers that frightened both parent races. 9 centuries ago, when the original treaty was struck, these children were banished to the Shadowlands, sealed away by the Crown of Unity's magic. Every 100 years, the renewal ceremony strengthens those bindings, keeping them trapped in a realm designed to diminish their gifts." Folco's mind raced, and now the true crown is missing. Just days before the renewal, yes. Lyria's expression was grim. The bindings weaken. Already, some have escaped, infiltrating both courts, working from within to ensure the ceremony fails. But why frame me? A Hobbit courier, trusted by both sides, makes the perfect scapegoat. Your accusation divides elf and human further, each blaming the other for the theft, ensuring neither will work together to recover the true crown before the alignment passes. A distant howl pierced the night, not wolf or hound, but something that raised the hair on Folco's neck. "Shadowhounds," Lyria whispered. "The children's trackers. They've picked up our scent." Through the night, they pored over maps and documents, piecing together fragments of a conspiracy centuries in the making. The Children of Discord had placed agents in both court shapeshifters, trained by those who, like Lyria, remembered the old magics. These infiltrators had worked for decades to position themselves as trusted advisors, influencing policy to increase tensions while awaiting the perfect moment to strike. The crown wasn't stolen to prevent the renewal, Folco realized as dawn approached. It was taken to be used corrupted, and turned against its makers. Lyria nodded. With it, the children could not only break their bindings, but reverse, them creating a new barrier to imprison elf and human in the same manner they were imprisoned. "We must warn both courts. They would never believe us," Lyria countered. "Not an exile and an accused thief." She traced a finger along one ancient document. "But there is another way. The crown draws its power from the Heartstone crystal embedded at the center of the boundary. If we can reach it before the children use the corrupted crown." Their journey to the Heartstone was fraught with peril. The Whisperwood's magic protected them from conventional pursuit, but the Shadowhounds tracked them relentlessly, their eerie cries growing ever closer. Twice they encountered patrols of Boundary Warden Sans Elven, once humaned each time. Lyria's metamorphosis magic saved them, allowing them to pass as woodland creatures beneath notice. On the 3rd day, they reached the boundary itself. From within the forest, the magical veil was visible as a shimmering curtain of light that stretched from earth to sky. At its nearest point stood an ancient circle of standing stones, weathered by centuries but still humming with power. "The original treaty grounds," Lyria explained. "The Heartstone lies beneath the central altar." As they approached, shadows detached themselves from the tree's figures that seemed neither elf nor human, but something between, their features fluid, their movements unnaturally graceful. At their center stood a tall being whose skin rippled with patterns of light and dark, like sunlight dappling through leaves. Upon his brow rested the true crown of unity, now twisted and darkened, its runes glowing with sickly green light. "The halfling messenger," the figure said, his voice resonating with multiple tones speaking in unison. "And Lyria of the old blood, how fitting that you should witness our liberation." He spread his arms. "I am Malachi, first son of the Discord, sent into exile before I drew my first breath, for the crime of existing between worlds." "Your people were wronged," Folco acknowledged, stepping forward despite Lyria's warning hand. "But vengeance against the innocent won't heal those wounds." Malachi Loveheader sound like breaking glass. "Innocent? There are no innocents in this tale, little courier. For 9 centuries, elf and human have taught their children that we are abominations, while using the crown to ensure we remain trapped in a realm that drains our life essence with every passing day." "Then break the bindings," Folco urged. "Free your people, but don't create new chains for others." "Pretty words," Malachi sneered, "but meaningless. The cycle ends today with a new order rising from the ashes of the old." He raised the corrupted crown, its power building, as he began an incantation in a language that hurt Folco's ears. The boundary trembled, the veil of magic rippling violently as the Heartstone beneath the altar responded to the crown's call. In that moment of distraction, Lyria's form blurred and shifted not into another being. but into pure light that streaked toward Malachi. The children's leader reacted with supernatural speed, his free hand lashing out to catch her by the throat as she rematerialized. "The last practitioner of the old ways," he hissed. "Your power should have served our cause, exile." "It serves no cause," Lyria gasped. "It serves balance." While all eyes fixed on this confrontation, Folker Small overlooked Folker slipped between the distracted guards. His nimble hobbit fingers reached into his satchel, withdrawing not a weapon, but a simple silver Mirora token given to all couriers to signal their neutral status across the boundary. As Malachi raised the crown higher, its corrupted magic building toward catastrophic release, Folko positioned the mirror directly in its path. The crown's power struck the reflective surface and rebounded not back toward Malachi, but into the ground beneath the altar. The Heartstone's response was immediate and overwhelming. A column of pure white light erupted from the ancient circle, engulfing the crown, Malachi, and all those within the ring of stones. Folko was thrown backward by the shockwave, his world dissolving into blinding radiance. When his vision cleared, the scene had transformed. The boundary remained, but change no longer a veil of separation, but a bridge of light that joined rather than divided. The standing stones had rearranged themselves into a perfect circle, with the Heartstone now visible at its center, a crystal that pulsed with all the colors of both sunset and dawn. Malachi and his followers lay unconscious but unharmed. The crown of unity, restored to its original form, hovered above the Heartstone, turning slowly as if examining all present. Lyria staggered to Folko's side, her silver mark glowing brilliantly. "What did you do?" she whispered. "I remembered something my grandfather told me," Folko replied, helping her to sit. "No magic can be used against its true purpose. The crown was never meant to imprison, or Dividit was meant to unite. By reflecting its power into the Heartstone, I reminded it of its original intent. Within hours, representatives from both the Elven Council and Human Court arrived, drawn by the column of light, visible from both capitals. They found not sabotage, but revelation the crown itself, revealing the truth of the past through visions that could not be denied or reinterpreted. The Children of Discord, awakening from the Heartstone's spell, found not renewed imprisonment, but an end to exile. The crown's restored magic transformed the boundary from a dividing line to a shared territoria place where all peoples of Alfheim could dwell together, their differences celebrated rather than feared. As for Folko Boffin, the accused thief became the honoured mediator, his hobbit sensibilities about home, heart, and good meals, shared in company, proving the perfect foundation for healing centuries of division. With Lyria at his side, teaching the old ways to any who wished to learn, he helped forge not just a renewed treaty, but a new understanding. And if sometimes, in quiet moments, he missed the simpler days of carrying messages across borders, he needed only look at the children playing in the new settlements along the former boundary children of Elf, human, hobbit, and mixed heritage alike, their laughter the sweetest message he had ever helped deliver. Story 8. The kingdom of Solaria gleamed like a jewel set against the velvet darkness of the surrounding world. Its ivory towers reached toward the heavens, their crystalline windows capturing the perpetual golden light that bathed the realm. For 1,000 years, the people of Solaria had lived in perfect harmony beneath the golden Valar shimmering dome of magic that enveloped their kingdom, separating it from the lands beyond. Children were taught from their earliest days that the veil was their protection, a divine gift from the Radiant Ones who had saved their ancestors from the great corruption that had devoured the outside world. In the Royal Library of Luminia, nestled within the heart of Solaria's capital, Drogo Baggins climbed an ornate ladder that slid silently along gleaming shelves of ancient texts. Unlike the tall, golden-haired Solarians who moved through the marble halls with ethereal grace, Drogo was small and sturdy, a hobbit, whose curly brown hair and practical sensibilities marked him as distinctly foreign. His nimble fingers traced the spines of ancient tomes. His eyes narrowed in concentration as he sought the volume requested by Grand Archivist Thorn. "Hurry along, Master Baggins," Thorn called from below, his silver robes rustling impatiently. "The Millennium celebration begins tomorrow, and the High Priest requires the Codex Aureum for the ceremony." Drogo suppressed a sigh. In the 3 years since he had been permitted to cross the Golden Veilone, of the few outsiders granted such privilege due to his extraordinary skills in ancient text preservation, had grown accustomed to the Solarians' obsession with their sacred history. The upcoming celebration commemorating the Vale's creation would be the grandest festival in living memory. "Here it is, Archivist Thorn," Drogo called, carefully extracting a massive tome bound in gold-leafed leather. As he descended the ladder, a tremor shook the library, causing the crystal chandeliers to sway dangerously. Drogo clutched the precious book to his chest as he steadied himself against the bookshelf. "Another disruption," Thorn muttered, his perfect features creased with uncharacteristic concern. The third this week. Through the library's arched windows, Drogo glimpsed the golden veil flickering its seamless surface, rippling like disturbed water before settling again. These disturbances had begun months ago as small, momentary fluctuations, but had grown increasingly severe and frequent as the millennium approached. Later that night, alone in his modest quarters in the library's east wing, Drogo pored over a different texta journal he had discovered, wedged behind a row of ceremonial records. Written in an ancient dialect few in Solaria could still read, the journal had belonged to Eleanor the Witness, one of the few outsiders present at the Vale's creation. While officially Drogo had been translating it for the archives, he had kept certain passages to himself, passages that contradicted everything Solaria held sacred. "The Vale rises now, golden and glorious as the sunrise," one entry read. "The people rejoice, believing themselves saved from the darkness beyond. They do not understand what we have done, that the prison we have built is not to keep the corruption out, but to keep it contained within." A soft knock interrupted Drogo's reading. He hastily concealed the journal beneath a stack of mundane texts before opening his door. Outside stood Valeria, the youngest of the archivists, her silver eyes wide with urgency. "Master Baggins," she whispered, glancing nervously down the hallway. "You must come quickly. Something has breached the veil." Drogo followed her through deserted corridors and up winding stairs until they reached the observatory tower. From this vantage point, the entirety of Solaria spread before them in glittering splendor and beyond, the golden veil shimmering against the night. But there, at the eastern edge where the veil met the Crystal Mountains, a jagged tear marred the perfect dome. Through this rupture, something dark and sinuous was sliding into the kingdom. "Shadow wraiths," Valeria breathed, her voice trembling. "Creatures of corruption from the outside. The High Priest has summoned the Radiant Guard to contain them." Drogo squinted at the distant breach. "Has this happened before?" "Never in recorded history," she replied. "The veil has always been impenetrable." She hesitated, then added more softly, "But there are rumors among the lower priestales of other breaches in recent weeks, quickly sealed and hidden from public knowledge." Below, the city bells began to toll a warning as points of golden light, the Radiant Guard, with their light-forged weapons, converged on the breach. Citizens hurried indoors, their festival preparations abandoned in the face of the unprecedented emergency. "I should return to the library," Drogo said, his mind racing. There might be something in the ancient texts about repairing the veil, but as he turned to leave, the door to the observatory burst open. 4 guards in gleaming armor entered, their expressions grave beneath their plumed helmets. "Drogo Baggins," the captain announced formally. "You are summoned before the High Council on charges of heresy and conspiracy against Solaria." Valeria gasped. "There must be some mistake. The halfling has been translating forbidden texts and questioning sacred doctrine," the captain continued. "Grand Archivist Thorn discovered his treachery this evening." Drogo's heart sank. Thorn must have found Eleanor's journal, or perhaps had suspected his unorthodox inquiries for some time. As the guards surrounded him, he cast one last glance at the torn veil in the distance, wondering if the timing of his arrest and the breach were somehow connected. The High Council chamber was a masterpiece of Solarian architecture, a perfect dome of white marble inlaid with gold, where 13 thrones arranged in a semicircle faced a central speaking dais. Drogo stood alone on the dais, the weight of 11 council members' stares pressing down upon him. 2 thrones remained ominously empty, their occupants presumably dealing with the veiled breach. High Priest Luminar rose from the central throne, his ageless face set in lines of disappointment and righteous anger. "Drogo Baggins, you were welcomed into Solaria despite your outsider status, given access to our most sacred texts, and trusted with our history. How do you answer these charges of heretical inquiry and subversion?" Drogo squared his shoulders, knowing that honesty, however dangerous, was his only recourse. "I have discovered inconsistencies in your historical records, your eminence specifically regarding the true purpose of the Golden Veil. A murmur of shock rippled through the council. The original texts suggest, Drogo continued, his voice steady despite his racing heart, that the Veil was created not to protect Solaria from outside corruption, but to protect the outside world from something imprisoned within Solaria. Blasphemy. Luminar thundered, his golden robes shimmering with his agitation. The Veil is our divine protection, established by the Radiant Ones to preserve our perfect society from the darkness beyond. Then why, Drogo asked quietly, do the shadow wraiths emerge from within the Veil rather than attempt to breach it from outside? Why do they seem to be escaping Solaria rather than invading it? Stunned silence fell over the chamber, broken only when the massive golden doors swung open. A figure staggered in one of the Radiant Guard, his gleaming armor scorched black in places, his face streaked with soot and blood. "Your Eminence," he gasped, dropping to one knee. "The eastern breach grows. We cannot contain the wraiths. They move toward the ancient temple beneath the palace." Luminar's face paled. "The Millennium Lock must be reinforced immediately. Take every available guard." There is another breach. A messenger burst into the chamber. Western quadrant, then northern, multiple tiers appearing throughout the Veil. Chaos erupted in the council chamber. Amid the confusion, Drogo felt a hand close around his arm. He turned to find Valeria beside him, her silver eyes determined. "Come," she whispered. "While they are distracted, I know someone who has crossed the Veil, someone who knows the truth." They slipped away unnoticed, hurrying through deserted corridors as alarms echoed throughout the city. Valeria led him not up toward the palace's gleaming towers, but down, into passages Drogo had never seen before, ancient stonework that predated Solaria's golden age, illuminated by phosphorescent fungi rather than the magical light that bathed the upper levels. These tunnels eventually opened into a cavernous space beneath the city, a smuggler's den, where those few who dared to question Solaria's perfect facade gathered in shadow. Among the dozen or so figures huddled around makeshift tables, two stood out immediately. A towering man with the weathered look of someone who had spent years beneath open skies rather than the gentle glow of the Veil, and beside him, a being whose form seemed to shift between human and something else entirely, its edges blurring as if not fully anchored to reality. "Varian," Valeria addressed the tall man. "I've brought the Hobbit translator." The man named Varian fixed Drogo with a penetrating gaze. "So you're the one who's been asking dangerous questions." His voice carried the rough accent of the northern wilds beyond the Veil. "Good. We're running out of time for comfortable lies. What is happening to Solaria?" Drogo asked, struggling to make sense of the night's events. "What does the Veil truly contain?" "Not what," said the shifting figure beside Varian, its voice resonating with multiple tones, speaking in perfect harmony. "Who?" It stepped forward, its form resolving momentarily into something that appeared human but with eyes that reflected light, like a cat's. "I am Orion, last of the Veil Weavers, and what the Veil contains, Master Baggins, is my kin transformed by power they should never have wielded." Over the next hour, as distant alarms continued to sound and the very foundations of the city trembled, Orion revealed the truth that had been hidden for a millennium. The Radiant Ones, revered as Solaria's divine protectors, had been mortal one-semages who had discovered an ancient power source buried deep beneath what would become their gleaming city. This power, neither light nor dark, but beyond such simple categorization, had transformed them, elevating them toward godhood, but at terrible cost. They began to change, Orion explained, his form flickering between human and something more ethereal. To hunger, what they consumed was not flesh or food, but life itself, potential, possibility, the very essence of creation. My ancestors, the Veil Weavers, recognized the danger too late. By then, half our number had already been corrupted, joining the Radiant Ones in their insatiable hunger. The remaining Veil Weavers created the Golden Veil, Varian continued, unrolling an ancient map across the table, not as a shield, but as a persona magical boundary that would contain the Radiant Ones and their corruption within Solaria, preventing them from consuming the entire world. But a prison requires jailers, Orion added solemnly. The Veil Weavers remained, one bloodline continuing through the generations, maintaining the spells that power the Veil, allowing those within to believe the comforting lie that they were the chosen ones being protected from outside corruption. "And now the Veil weakens," Drogo concluded. pieces falling into place. After 1,000 years, it can no longer contain what lies beneath the shining city. A tremendous crash from above sent dust raining down from the cavern ceiling. The ground beneath them trembled continuously now. "The Millennium Lock is breaking," Orion said, alarm evident in his shifting features. The magical keystones placed throughout the city that anchor the Veilthae were designed to be renewed during the millennial ceremony. But if the Radiant Ones have awakened fully... "We need to reach the Anchor Temple," Valeria urged. "If the original spellwork still exists, perhaps we can reinforce the veil before it collapses completely." Their journey through the disintegrating city was fraught with peril. The streets of Solaria, once perfect in their golden splendor, now cracked and shifted as something massive stirred beneath the foundations. Shadow wraiths not invaders from outside, but manifestations of the corruption within darted between buildings, consuming any citizen unfortunate enough to cross their path. The Anchor Temple lay at the city's heart-knot, the grand cathedral where official ceremonies took place, but a humble structure of ancient stone that predated the gleaming architecture around it. Inside, past fallen columns and dust-covered artifacts, they found the Chamber of Binding, a perfect circle set with 13 thrones, mirroring the High Council chamber above but far older, and marked with runes of containment rather than governance. At the chamber's center lay a pool of liquid light, the wellspring of power that had corrupted the Radiant Ones, and now threatened to break free. Above it hung a tattered remnant of the Golden Veil's innermost layer, its light flickering dangerously. "The veil was never meant to last 1,000 years without renewal," Orion explained, approaching the pool cautiously. "It requires willing sacrifice life freely given to contain the hunger that would otherwise consume all life." The original Veil Weavers, Drogo realized. They sacrificed themselves to create the initial binding. Orion nodded. "And one has remained throughout the centuries, renewing the sacrifice when needed. My ancestors, my parents, and now me." A deafening roar shook the chamber as part of the ceiling collapsed, revealing the sky above no longer protected by the golden veil, which had disintegrated into shards of light that rained down upon the city like falling stars. Through this opening, they glimpsed what had been hidden for a millennium. Not the darkness of a corrupted outside world, but the natural night sky, stars shining in their multitudes above a world that continued to exist beyond Solaria's boundaries. "There, free," Varian said grimly, drawing a sword that gleamed with runes of warding. The Radiant One saw what they've become. Through the streets of the crumbling city, massive forms moved beings of terrible beauty, their once human shapes now elongated and crowned with light that burned rather than illuminated. Citizens prostrated themselves before these entities, offering devotion even as they were consumed, their life essence drawn out in gossamer strands of golden light. "The renewal ritual," Orion said urgently. "It must be performed now, or all is lost." "But you said it requires sacrifice," Drogo protested. "There must be another way." Orion's form stabilized, becoming fully human for the first time, a young man with eyes that held the wisdom of centuries. "There is not, but perhaps the sacrifice can be shared rather than borne by one alone." As the corrupted Radiant Ones converged on the Anchor Temple, drawn by the power source they had coveted for millennia, Drogo, Valeria, Varian, and Orion formed a circle around the pool of light. Together they recited the ancient binding words Orion had carried in his memory, each offering a thread of their own life essence to reweave the broken veil. The magic built around them, golden light spiraling upward from the pool, intertwining with their freely given energy. Above the ruined city, a new veil began to form, not a perfect dome that isolated Solaria from the world, but a net of light that enclosed only the corrupted beings, binding them once more, but leaving the city and its people free to rejoin the wider world they had been separated from for so long. As the binding took hold, Drogo felt part of his strength as vitality, his years flow into the spell. But unlike the original Veil Weavers, who had given everything, this shared sacrifice took only a portion from each participant, enough to bind the corruption, not enough to end their lives. When dawn broke over Solaria, it was a true sunrise, the first the city had seen in 1,000 years. The magnificent towers stood in ruins, the perfect streets lay cracked and broken, but the people emerged from shelter with wonder on their faces as they beheld the unfiltered light of the true sun. High Priest Luminar was found in the palace, his robes in tatters, the revelation of his faith's falsehood having broken something fundamental within him. "What becomes of us now?" he asked hollowly, as Drogo and the others approached. "If everything we believed was a lie, what remains?" "Not everything was false," Drogo replied gently. "Your society valued knowledge, beauty, harmony. These things are worth preserving. But now you can build them on truth rather than illusion, and share them with the world beyond, instead of hoarding them behind a veil of separation." In the months that followed, as Solaria began the long process of reconnection with the outside world, Drogo Baggins remained as a bridge between cultures. His library skills proved invaluable in preserving the true history of the Vale and the lessons it offered. That isolation, however beautiful its trappings, ultimately breeds corruption, that light can blind as easily as illuminate, and that salvation often comes not from grand displays of power, but from small hands willing to reach across the boundaries that divide us. The new binding required maintenance regular renewal by those who understood its purpose. Drogo, along with Valeria, Varian, and Orion, formed the first council of what would become the Vale Guardians, ensuring that the hunger beneath Solaria remained contained not through deception, but through vigilance and shared sacrifice. And if sometimes, on clear nights, the Hobbit librarian gazed up at the unobstructed stars with wonder in his eyes and thought of the green hills of his distant home, he never regretted the path that had brought him to this shining city, where truth had finally dawned after 1,000 years of golden twilight. Story 9. The wind-scoured plains of Windhollow stretched toward the horizon like a golden sea frozen in mid-wave, each sand dune cresting and falling in an eternal dance with the relentless gales that gave the region its name. Dawn painted the landscape in hues of amber and rose, the rising sun casting long shadows across a terrain where few dared to dwell permanently. Yet against this harsh canvas of beauty and desolation, small figures moved, shepherds guiding their hardy mountain sheep from one patch of scrubby vegetation to another, their stooped silhouettes as much a part of the landscape as the twisted thorn bushes that dotted the plains. Among these shepherds walked Hamfast Gamgee, a hobbit whose weathered face belied his relatively young age of 42. Unlike most of his kind who preferred the comforts of burrows and well-tended gardens, Hamfast had followed his father's path into the nomadic life of the Windhollow shepherds. His gnarled hands gripped a staff of windwood, a rare tree that grew only in the most sheltered valleys. Its wood so light it seemed to float upon the air, yet so strong it could turn aside a wolf's lunge. "Come along now, you stubborn things," he called to his flock, his voice carrying a peculiar authority that made even the most recalcitrant sheep obey. This gift with growing things and animals had earned him the nickname the Old Gaffer, despite his years, for it seemed he possessed wisdom beyond his age when it came to nurturing life in this unforgiving place. The storm had come without warning the previous night, not unusual in Windhollow, but this tempest had carried something different in its howling voice. The winds had screamed with almost sentient rage, and lightning of impossible colour, sazure, violet, and gold had torn across the sky. Hamfast had huddled with his flock in the shelter of a stone outcropping, whispering old hobbit tales to calm both the animals and himself as the very air seemed to tear itself apart. Now, in the storm's wake, the landscape had been transformed. Dunes had shifted to reveal ancient stone formations previously buried for centuries. Unfamiliar plants with iridescent blooms pushed through the sand, as if they had waited millennia for this precise moment to flower. And there, in the heart of what had been the tempest's eye, Hamfast noticed a gleaming object, half buried in the sand. Curiosity a dangerous trait for a hobbit, as his mother had often warned, drew him closer. His sheep followed, bleating nervously as they sensed their shepherd's unease. As Hamfast approached, the gleaming object seemed to pulse with an inner light, sand sliding away from its surface, as if reluctant to conceal it any longer. It was an egg, nearly as tall as Hamfast himself, its surface a mosaic of golden scales that shifted between brilliant yellow and deep amber, depending on how the light struck them. The hobbit stood transfixed, his shadow falling across the egg's lustrous surface. No bird or reptile known in the plains of Windhollow could produce such an egg, and yet something in its form spoke to Hamfast's heart. awakening a recognition deeper than conscious thought. "Dragon," he whispered, the word escaping his lips with reverent fear. Dragons were creatures of legend in these lands, believed extinct for over 1,000 years since the great cataclysm that had transformed verdant forests into windswept plains. The tales spoke of their majesty, their terrible power, and their inscrutable wisdom, but never in any story Hamfist had heard around campfires or in taverns had there been mention of golden eggs left in the wake of magical storms. As if responding to his voice, the egg trembled. A hairline crack appeared along its surface, emitting a glow that shifted between fiery orange and glacial blue. Hamfist stumbled backward, but fascination rooted him to the spot as the crack widened, branching like lightning across the egg's golden shell. With a sound like breaking glass and rushing wind, the egg split open. From its shattered remains emerged not one, but 2 headstone wreathed in dancing flames that did not burn, the other crowned with crystalline spines of purest ice. The creature unfurled leathery wings mottled with patches of red and blue, its sinuous body no larger than a small dog, but emanating an aura of ancient power that made Hamfast's breath catch in his throat. The twin heads regarded him with eyes like gemstones, rubies, and sapphires set in a face that somehow merged draconic ferocity with an almost childlike curiosity. The firehead exhaled a small plume of flame that dissipated harmlessly in the air. Its icy counterpart released a breath of frost that crystallized into delicate patterns before melting away in the desert heat. "By all the stars," Hamfist breathed. "A twin-souled dragon." The creature chippied a musical sound that harmonized between the 2 throat sand, took an unsteady step toward the Hobbit. Instinctively, Hamfist extended his hand, palm up in the same gesture he used to calm newborn lambs. The dragon's 2 heads tilted in perfect synchronicity, considering this offering before the firehead nuzzled against his palm with surprising gentleness. The touch was warm, but not burning, a pleasant tingle that spread up Hamfist's arm and settled somewhere around his heart. Not to be outdone, the ice head pressed against his other hand, imparting a refreshing coolness that balanced the warmth of its twin. In that moment of connection, Hamfist felt a strange sensation as if something ancient and vast had brushed against his mind, recognizing him, choosing him. "Well then," he said softly, reaching into his pack for some dried meat he kept for his own meals. "I suppose you'll be hungry after all that hatching business." The dragon accepted the offering with enthusiasm, the 2 heads taking turns to delicately pluck pieces from his outstretched hand. As it ate, Hamfist noticed how the opposing elements didn't war with each other, but existed in perfect balance: fire and ice, creation and preservation, in constant dance, but never dominance. So absorbed was he in this miraculous encounter that Hamfist failed to notice the distant dust cloud rising from the direction of the nearest settlement until it had drawn considerably closer. Squinting against the morning sun, he made out the silhouettes of riders, at least a dozen, moving with the precision of a military unit rather than the casual formation of merchants or travelers. A cold dread settled in his stomach as he recognized the distinctive pointed helmets and crimson cloaks that marked the order of dragon hunters zealots, who had long sought to eradicate any trace of draconic influence from the world, believing dragons to be harbingers of chaos and destruction. Leading them, atop a mount darker than midnight, rode a figure in elaborate robes of midnight blue embroidered with silver runisa court magister. By the look of the ceremonial staff he carried, "They've sensed you already," Hamfist murmured to the dragon, which had huddled against his leg, both heads watching the approaching riders with evident alarm. "And they'll not be stopping for tea and biscuits, I'd wager." With a quickness born of years navigating treacherous terrain, the Hobbit gathered the young dragon into his arms, surprised at how light it felt. As if composed more of magic than Fleshhand whistled for his sheep to follow, they fled toward a formation of stone pillars that rose like the fingers of some buried giant from the sands a quarter-mile distant. The stone sentinels, they were called in local lore-ancient monoliths, carved with symbols no scholar had successfully interpreted. Between them lay narrow passages that no horse could navigate, but that offered a perfect escape route for a nimble hobbit and his flock. As they reached the shadow of the tallest pillar, Hamfist heard the riders' shouts carrying on the wind. "Halfling, surrender the worm by order of Queen Elora and her court." Ignoring the command, Hamfist ducked into the labyrinth of stone, his knowledge of hidden paths serving him well as he navigated twists and turns that would confound pursuers. The dragon clung to him, its dual temperatures creating an odd sensation against his chest like pressing a hot water bottle and an ice pack to his skin simultaneously. After an hour of tense navigation, the sounds of pursuit faded. The maze of stone pillars opened onto a hidden valley invisible from the surrounding plains, a sanctuary of relative greenery, where a small stream bubbled up from underground springs before vanishing back into the earth. Here stood a modest structure of stone and wood, its design unlike the architecture of any known civilization in the region. As they approached, a figure emerged from the doorway, a young man clad in simple robes the color of sand, his head shaved except for a single braid that hung down his back. Intricate tattoos decorated his exposed forearms, depicting dragons in various forms of flight and rest. "So it has begun," the stranger said, his voice carrying neither surprise nor alarm at the sight of the twin-headed dragon. "The prophecy unfolds at last." "Who in the blazes are you?" Hamfast demanded, positioning himself protectively in front of the dragon, which peered around his legs with curious eyes. "I am Ash, last acolyte of the Monastery of Elemental Harmony," the young man replied, bowing deeply. "And you, small one, have been chosen as guardian to the Equilibrium Incarnator, being whose coming was foretold to either save our world or unmake it entirely." Inside the monastery, which proved far larger below ground than its modest surface structure suggested, Ash explained the significance of what Hamfast had found. The twin-souled dragon was no accident of nature, but the physical manifestation of an ancient prophesier being born when elemental forces grew dangerously imbalanced. For generations, we have watched the world tilt ever further toward disorder, Ash explained, gently examining the dragon which had curled contentedly in Hamfast's lap, both heads resting peacefully. The elements war with one another, floods in deserts, fires in snowfields, earth trembling where it should be stable, winds falling still where they should blow. This creature represents nature's attempt to restore harmony. "And those riders?" Hamfast asked. "The dragon hunters and that magister?" Ash's expression darkened. "The Order believes all dragons must be destroyed, viewing them as agents of chaos rather than guardians of balance. As for Magister Vex," he hesitated, "he serves the Queen officially, but his true allegiance is to powers that thrive on elemental discord. He would use the dragon to widen the rifts between fire and ice, earth and air to tear reality itself apart for the power such destruction would grant him." The twin-headed dragon chirped softly, as if understanding the gravity of the discussion. Its firehead nuzzled against Hamfast's hand, while its ice head breathed a gentle frost that crystallized into delicate patterns on his sleeve. "Why me?" the hobbit asked finally. "I'm no hero from the ancient tales, no wizard or warrior. I'm a shepherd who talks to plants and occasionally convinces stubborn ewes to birth their lambs without too much fuss." Ash smiled. "And that is precisely why you were chosen, Hamfast Gamgee. The dragon seeks not one who would control it, but one who understands nurturing balance. Your people, hobbits, walk between worlds not quite of the wild places, not fully of civilization. You understand harmony, because you live it." Before their conversation could continue, a tremor shook the monastery, dust raining from the ceiling as several ancient tomes tumbled from their shelves. "They found us sooner than I feared," Ash said grimly, moving toward a concealed doorway at the rear of the chamber. "We must take the Path of Echoes to the Heart Shrine. There, if the prophecy speaks true, the dragon's purpose will be revealed." The Path of Echoes proved to be a natural tunnel that wound deep beneath the plains, its walls embedded with crystals that amplified every sound from the dragon's curious chirps to their own breathing into haunting harmonies that filled the passage. Hamfast felt as though they walked through the throat of some enormous entity, their presence creating music with every step. After what seemed like hours, the tunnel opened into a vast circular chamber, dominated by a pool of perfectly still water that reflected not their own images but a sky filled with stars no mortal eye had ever beheld. Surrounding the pool stood 7 pillars inscribed with symbols matching those on the stone sentinels above. "The Heart Shrine," Ash whispered reverently. "No acolyte has set foot here in 5 generations." It awaited the dragon's return. The twin-souled dragon squirmed in Hamfast's grasp, clearly eager to approach the pool. When set down, it padded forward on unsteady legs, both heads stretched toward the water's surface with evident yearning. As the creature's reflection touched the starlit surface, the chamber filled with light images forming in the air around them like living murals. Hamfist gasped as he beheld the world's creation, the birth of the first dragons, as guardians of elemental balance, their eventual war with forces of pure chaos, and finally, their sacrifice to heal a shattered world, a sacrifice that had required them to divide their essence among the elements they once governed. They didn't die out, Hamfist realized aloud. They became the elements themselves. Yes, Ash confirmed. And now, when the balance threatens to collapse entirely, they have sent back a piece of themselves, fire and ice united in one form, seeking to remind the world of what was forgotten. A new tremor, more violent than before, shook the chamber. Dust and small stones rained from above as the sound of distant conflict reached them, even hear magical explosions and shouts of battle. The Order and Vex's loyalists clash above, Ash said tensely. Neither understands what they threaten. The dragon turned from the pool, its dual gazes fixing on Hamfist with unexpected intensity. It approached and pressed both heads against his chest, directly over his heart. In that moment of contact, understanding flooded the Hobbit's mind, not in words, but in pure knowing. The dragon isn't meant to be controlled or protected, he said slowly. It's meant to be understood. The prophecy isn't about salvation through the dragon's power, but through the wisdom it represents. With newfound clarity, Hamfist lifted the dragon and approached the pool. Kneeling at its edge, he gently placed the creature upon the water's surface. Rather than sinking, it stood as if on solid ground, the water rippling outward in concentric circles of alternating fire and ice. Elements divided fall to chaos, Hamfist recited, the words rising from some place of ancient memory he hadn't known he possessed. Elements united restore the whole. What was sundered shall be rejoined. What was forgotten shall be remembered. The twin-souled dragon raised both heads toward the ceiling and released simultaneous breath zone of pure flame, one of crystalline ice. Where the opposing forces met, they didn't annihilate but transformed, creating a spiraling column of light that shot upward through the rock itself, piercing the surface world above. In that moment of perfect balance, Hamfist felt rather than saw the change rippling outward across Windhollow, across the kingdom, across the world itself. Elemental forces not subdued but harmonized, opposition transformed into complementary strength. When the light faded, the dragon remained, but transformed. Its two heads no longer exhibited pure fire and ice, but a perfect blend iridescent scales that shimmered with all elemental aspects in perfect unity. It regarded Hamfist with eyes that held the wisdom of eons, then bowed both heads in acknowledgement of his role in fulfilling the prophecy. Above them, the sounds of conflict had ceased. Whether through the dragon's power or simply the shock of witnessing the column of light, the battle had ended. "What happens now?" Hamfist asked, looking between Ash and the transformed dragon. "That," Ash replied with a smile, "depends on what you choose, Guardian. The dragon has completed its initial purpose, reminding the world that opposition need not mean destruction, but its journey, and yours, has only begun." Hamfist considered this as he gazed at the creature that had so dramatically entered his simple life. The twin-souled Dragono, unified in purpose, if still dual in, form returned his gaze with patient expectation. "Well then," the Hobbit said finally, retrieving his windwood staff and straightening his weather-worn jacket, "I suppose my sheep will need to get accustomed to some rather unusual company on our travels." And so it came to pass that Hamfist Gamgee, Hobbit shepherd of the Windhollow Plains, became the most unlikely of ambassadors travelling between kingdoms, with a dragon of unified elements at his side, teaching through simple words and quiet example that true strength comes not from dominance of one force over another, but from the harmonious balance between apparent opposites. The Order of Dragon Hunters eventually reformed as the Guardians of Balance, while Magister Vex, confronted with wisdom greater than his ambition, chose exile to contemplate the error of his ways. Queen Alora, recognizing the truth revealed by the dragon's emergence, established the Council of Elements, where representatives of all lands and peoples could gather to address imbalances before they threatened the world's stability. And if, in later years, travelers in remote regions reported seeing a small figure with furry feet walking alongside a creature of legend, well, such stories were often dismissed as fanciful tales told by those who had spent too long under the Windhollow sun. But those with wisdom knew better than to discount even the most unlikely of heroes, especially those who understood that nurturing life was the greatest magic of all. Story 10. Deep within the Hazarak Mountains, where ancient stone met eternal ice, and the very air whispered with memories of elder days, a tremor shook the halls of the dwarven stronghold. The quake was not born of natural causes, but of discovery, a momentous, terrible discovery. After 7 centuries of tireless excavation, the dwarves had breached the sealed chamber, a vault spoken of only in their most sacred texts. As the dust settled and torchlight spilled into the darkness untouched by flames since the First Age, the assembled dwarven elders fell to their knees in reverent awe. Before them, suspended in a column of amber light that seemed to originate from nowhere and everywhere at once, hovered the heart of Thorduna crystalline orb no larger than a clenched fist, within which swirled galaxies of golden light and shadow in perpetual dance. The very essence of the first dwarven king, preserved at the moment of his ascension to godhood, radiating power that made the mountain itself sing with resonant energy. News of the discovery spread like wildfire across the realms. From the emerald forests of the Elven kingdoms to the marble halls of human empires, from the wind-swept plains of the centaur hordes to the twilight courts of the Fae, all eyes turned toward Kazarak. Such power, the ancient texts claimed, could reshape mountains, breathe life into stone, and bend the very laws of creation to its wielder's will. And so the armies began to march. In the rolling green hills of the Shire, far from the brewing storm of conflict, Fredegar Bolger closed his ledger with a satisfied sigh. The rotund hobbit, affectionately known as Fatty to friends and customers alike, had just completed his monthly accounting of supplies delivered to the dwarven outposts that dotted the eastern borders of his homeland. Trade with the dwarves had been good to Fatty. Their gold paid for the finest ales and cheeses that kept his considerable girth well maintained, and their protection ensured his caravans travelled without incident. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows through the windows of his comfortable study when an urgent knocking disturbed his contemplation of which pie to sample next. At his door stood Darin Ironbeard, a dwarven messenger whose wild eyes and dishevelled appearance spoke of a journey made with desperate haste. "Master Bolger," the dwarf panted, "your presence is required immediately in Kazarak. High King Durin himself has sent for you." Fatty's round face creased with confusion. "Me? Surely there's been a mistake. I'm but a simple merchant." "No mistake," Darin interrupted, thrusting forward a scroll bearing the royal seal of the Dwarven King. "The heart of Thordan has been found, and the ancient texts speak of the halfling whose knowledge unlocks the path to power without corruption. The king believes this refers to you." "Preposterous," Fatty sputtered, though his hand instinctively moved to the worn cookbook tucked into his waistcoat pocket, this grandfather's final gift, filled with recipes that had always seemed strangely unlike normal hobbit fare. Before nightfall, despite his vehement protests, Fatty found himself astride a sturdy mountain pony, accompanied by a contingent of dwarven guards, heading east toward the looming silhouette of the Kazarak range. Their path took them through ancient forests where trees whispered secrets in forgotten tongues, across valleys where mist clung to the ground like restless spirits, and finally to the hidden roads that would lead them into the heart of the Mountain Kingdom. It was during their ascent through a narrow pass, with the stars wheeling overhead and the wind howling mournful harmonies through the stone, that disaster struck. Arrows whistled through the night air, finding their marks with deadly precision. Dwarven guards fell one by one, their armour providing little protection against shafts that seemed to seek the gaps between plates with unnatural accuracy. Fatty tumbled from his pony, crawling frantically behind a boulder, as combat erupted around him. Through the chaos, he glimpsed their attacker stall, graceful figures with bows of living wood and armour that shimmered like moonlight on water. Elves. As suddenly as it had begun, the skirmish ended. The remaining dwarves lay bound or unconscious, and Fatty found himself staring up at an elven archer whose silver hair framed a face of cold, timeless beauty, marred only by a scar that ran from temple to chin. "You are the hobbit they call Fatty Bolger?" the elf asked, her voice melodic despite its hardened edge. "Eyes," he stammered. "I am Silveri of the Silverleaf clan," she said, lowering her bow slightly. "And you possess knowledge that could bring ruin to all realms if the dwarves claim the heart for themselves alone." "I possess no such thing," Fatty protested. "I'm a merchant, not a sage or wizard." Silvery's eyes narrowed. "The cookbook, halfling, the one you keep close to your heart." Fatty's hand again moved involuntarily to his pocket. It's nothing but family recipes. It is far more, Silveri interrupted. Your grandfather was no simple cook, but a keeper of ancient lore, disguising forbidden knowledge as culinary instructions. The proportions of spices are runic sequences. The cooking times are ritual durations. The serving suggestions are warnings about power's corruption. As if summoned by her words, distant horns echoed through the mountain's dwarven horns, signaling reinforcements. We have little time, Silvari said urgently. Will you come willingly to the Elven Council, or must I bind you like your escorts? Fatty hesitated, looking between the approaching dwarven forces and the elven archer. Neither, he decided suddenly, but I will accompany you to the heart itself. If what you say is true, if my cookbook truly contains the secret to accessing its power safer than neither dwarf nor elf should possess it alone. Surprise flickered across Silvery's ageless features. You would stand between the most powerful armies in the realm? I am a hobbit, Fatty replied with unexpected dignity. We may love our comforts, but we understand better than most the danger of power concentrated in too few hands. Their journey to the heart of Kazarak was fraught with peril. Silvery's woodland skills kept them hidden from dwarven patrols, while Fatty's knowledge of supply routes and lesser-known passages gleaned from years of trade guided them through the labyrinthine tunnels. An unlikely alliance formed in those dark passages. The elven warrior whose family had been massacred during the last dwarf-elf war, and the hobbit merchant who had never before ventured beyond the comfortable boundaries of his commercial routes. At night, while they rested in shadowed alcoves far from patrolled thoroughfares, Fatty studied his grandfather's cookbook with new eyes. The instructions for Thordan's hearty stew indeed contained patterns that, when viewed as ancient dwarven runes rather than cooking directions, revealed a ritual of approach and supplication. The heart is not meant to be claimed, he explained to Silvery on the third night of their journey. It's meant to be consulted, like an oracle. The ritual doesn't grant control of its power, it establishes a dialogue with it. A dialogue with the essence of the first dwarven king? Silveri scoffed. The dwarves believe it will grant them dominion over stone and metal throughout all realms. The Elven Council fears they will use it to collapse our forest sanctuaries into rubble. Both sides misunderstand, Fatty insisted, pointing to a passage disguised as notes on proper bread leavening. The heart tests those who approach it. It doesn't seek a master, but a worthy vessel for its wisdom. And what is the test? Silveri asked, her skepticism evident. Fatty's finger traced the final lines of the recipe. The true king knows that power serves the people, not the reverse. The feast is prepared not for the cook's glory, but for the nourishment of all who gather at the table. It's a test of intention of wisdom and sacrifice, not strength or cunning. On the seventh day, they reached the antechamber of the sealed vault. The massive doors stood ajar, guarded by a contingent of elite dwarven warriors who had been summoned away by an alarm Silvery triggered in a distant hall. Beyond the doors, voices echoed the deep, resonant tones of dwarven elders, mixed with the commanding presence of what could only be High King Durin himself. We cannot simply walk in, Silveri whispered. We don't need to, Fatty replied, pointing to a small service tunnel nearly hidden behind a tapestry. Food and offerings would have been brought in through there during the original sealing ceremony. It should lead directly to the inner chamber. The narrow passage, barely wide enough for the hobbit, and certainly a tight squeeze for the elf, wound its way behind the walls of the main vault. Through small gaps in the stonework, they caught glimpses of the scene unfolding within. A dozen dwarven lords arranged in a circle around the hovering heart, chanting in their ancient tongue, while armoured guards stood at attention at every known entrance, at least. When they finally emerged from the hidden tunnel, they found themselves in a shadowed alcove directly behind the floating crystal. From this vantage point, they could see what the assembled dwarves could not tendrils of darkness spreading within the heart, corrupting its golden light as the ritual progressed. They're doing it wrong, Fatty gasped. The approach must be made with humility, not dominance. They seek to command rather than commune. Before Silveri could respond, the chamber doors burst open. Warriors in gleaming armor emblazoned with the crest of the Eclipse Knights, the most feared human order dedicated to preserving the balance of power among the realms powered into the vault, weapons drawn. Behind them came detachments of elven archers, centaur lancers, and even a contingent of the rarely seen Fey nobility. their translucent wings humming with arcane energy. Chaos erupted. Spells crackled through the air, weapons clashed, and the very mountain seemed to groan in protest as the competing forces battled for possession of the heart. Through it all, the crystal pulsed with increasingly unstable energy, the darkness within it growing with each passing moment. "It's going to shatter," Silvery realized aloud. The conflicting magics, the violent intentions, they're destabilizing it. A crack appeared in the heart's surface, releasing a beam of golden light that scorched the stone floor. Another followed, then another, until the chamber was crisscrossed with burning light that sent combatants diving for cover. In that moment of universal fear, Fatty Bolger did the most unlikely thing imaginable. He stepped out of hiding and walked calmly toward the fracturing heart of Thordan. "Stop!" he called, his hobbit voice somehow carrying above the din. "You're all approaching this wrong. The heart isn't a weapon to be wielded or a treasure to be possessed. It's a gift, and gifts are meant to be shared." The fighting paused as all eyes turned to the small, rotund figure standing directly beneath the pulsating crystal. Fatty reached into his pocket, withdrew his grandfather's cookbook, and began to recite not a spell of binding or a chant of power, but what appeared to be a simple blessing of a meal, the words transformed by context into a profound recognition of interconnectedness. "We gather at this table as many, but share one hunger. We come from different lands, but are nourished by the same earth. What sustains one sustains all. What poisons one poisons all. In breaking bread together, we remember that our differences are but seasonings in the greater feast of existence." As he spoke, the cracks in the heart began to seal. The darkness receded, replaced by a warm glow that bathed the chamber in gentle light. The crystal descended slowly until it hovered before Fatty at eye level. The true test of Thordan was never of strength or magical prowess. Fatty continued, looking around at the assembled representatives of the realms. It was a test of wisdom, the wisdom to recognize that true power lies not in domination, but in harmony. The heart pulsed once, twice, then burst into motes of golden light that spread throughout the chamber, touching each person present. As the light made contact, visions filled their minds' memories of the first dwarven king, who had not seized godhood, but had been offered it by the very mountain after he sacrificed himself to save not only his people, but the elves, humans, and other races who had sought refuge during the cataclysm of the First Age. When the light faded, the heart had reformed but changed. It now hovered in the center of the chamber, accessible to all. Its power diminished yet more stable, offering wisdom to those who approached with pure intentions rather than unlimited power to a single wielder. In the days that followed, a council was formed representatives of all races who would together safeguard the heart and share in its guidance. Treaties were signed, ancient grievances addressed if not fully healed, and at the center of it all, somewhat bewildered by his newfound importance, stood Fredegar Bolger, appointed first speaker to the heart by unanimous consent. "I still don't understand why the heart responded to me," he confessed to Silvery, who had been named the Elven representative to the council. "Perhaps because you alone approached without seeking to possess," she replied, the hardness in her eyes softened by newfound respect. "Or perhaps because only a hobbiter creature who understands that the greatest joys come from sharing rather than hoarding could remember what the rest of us had forgotten." Fatty chuckled, patting his ample stomach. Or perhaps it simply recognized a fellow appreciator of a well-prepared feast. And so it was that the heart of Thordan, mightiest relic of the dwarven kingdoms, came to be protected not through strength of arms or height of walls, but through the wisdom of a hobbit who understood that the greatest power lies in bringing people together rather than setting them apart, a lesson as old as the mountains themselves, yet as easily forgotten as yesterday's meals. Story 11. The ancient city of Ravenspire rose from the mist, shrouded valley like a dark dream made stone. Obsidian towers reached skyward with tapered spires that mimicked the beaks of the countless ravens circling overhead. As dawn broke, sunlight struck the city's highest point, the Corvus spireware stained glass windows in hues of midnight blue and blood-red cast kaleidoscopic shadows across the royal chambers within. For 1,000 years, these chambers had housed the immortal monarch known only as the Raven King, who had neither aged nor sickened since the days of the Great Plague that had nearly consumed the realm. In the lower districts, where ancient stone buildings crowded narrow cobblestone streets, Merry Brandybuck huddled in the shadows of an apothecary shop. The hobbit's curly hair was matted with sweat, his normally jovial face drawn with exhaustion. 3 days had passed since he'd fled the royal physician's laboratory, where he'd been employed as an herb gatherer. 3 days since he'd discovered what his blood could do. It had been an accidenta simple cut while preparing wolfsbane for the physician's stores. A single drop had fallen into a vial containing a sliver of the Raven King's preserved tissue, kept for regular examinations. Before Merry's astonished eyes, the immortal cells had begun to deteriorate, aging centuries in moments. The antidote, the physician had whispered, eyes widening with realization. After all this time, Merry had run before the guards could be summoned, his hobbit feet carrying him silently through the winding streets of Ravenspire. Now, as ravens croaked their morning chorus from every rooftop, he knew his time in hiding was running short. "You're the halfling everyone seeks," came a voice from deeper in the shadows. Merry spun, his hand reaching for the small dagger tucked in his belt. From the darkness emerged a tall figure in tarnished armor, where a face should have been beneath the hood. A silver mask gleamed smooth and featureless, save for eye holes that revealed nothing of the gaze behind them. "Are you here to collect the bounty?" Merry asked, his voice steadier than he felt. A hollow laugh echoed behind the mask. "If I were, little one, you would already be in chains." The knight stepped closer, moonlight catching on the intricate raven etchings adorning his breastplate. "I am Karis, once sworn to the king's corvid guard, now sworn only to truths buried beneath 1,000 years of secrets. And what truth brings you to me? The truth that your blood is both salvation and doom, that it contains the essence of what the king surrendered to save Ravenspire." Karis knelt to meet Merry's eye level. "The rebels who call themselves the Dawnbreakers hunt you to end the king's reign. The royal guard hunts you to preserve their master's immortality. Neither understands what truly hangs in the balance." Distant shouts and the clatter of armored footsteps echoed from a nearby street. "Come," Karis urged, extending a gauntleted hand. "If you wish to understand your heritage and why fate has chosen you, we must reach the mist swamps before both hunter and hunted close their trap." With few options and fewer allies, Merry accepted the knight's guidance. They fled through secret passages beneath Ravenspire ancient tunnels carved with symbols that predated the city itself. By nightfall, they had emerged beyond the city walls, where the manicured fields gave way to wild forests that whispered with voices not quite human. "Why help me?" Merry asked as they made camp in a hollow oak large enough to shelter them both. "You wear the king's emblem still." Karis's hand rose to touch the silver mask. "I failed him once. I will not fail him again, even if it means protecting you from his own royal guard." "Failed how?" The knight remained silent, stoking their small fire with methodical precision. They travelled for days through forests that grew progressively wilder and more ancient. The trees twisted into impossible shapes, their bark inscribed with runes that seemed to shift when viewed from different angles. Birds fell silent as they passed, and sometimes Merry glimpsed figures moving at the edge of his vision, tall and graceful, with antlers crowning their heads. "The old ones," Karis explained. "They remember the time before the plague, before the king's sacrifice." On the 7th day, the forest floor became spongy underfoot, the air heavy with the scent of decay and rebirth. The mist swamps stretched before Thema labyrinth of gnarled cypress trees, rising from murky waters that swirled with unnatural phosphorescence. "What we seek lies at the heart," Karis said. "The whispering shrine built by your ancestors, long before halflings retreated to their pleasant holes and shunned the great magics of the world." "My ancestors?" Merry's brow furrowed. "Hobbits have never been crafters of grand monuments or wielders of powerful magic." "The history your people remember is incomplete," Karis replied. "There was a time when the Brandybuck line served as guardians of thresholds, keepers of doors between realms. They waded through knee-deep waters, following paths that appeared and disappeared like the mist itself. Strange creatures lurked beneath the surface long, sinuous forms with too many eyes that regarded them with ancient intelligence before slipping away. At night, the mist itself seemed to whisper in voices that teased the edge of comprehension. On the 3rd day in the swamp, they reached a circular island where stood a structure of black stoner, perfect dome, pierced by a single archway. No markings adorned its surface, yet it radiated power that made Merry's skin prickle. "The Whispering Shrine," Karis breathed. reverence evident even through the mask's distortion. As they approached, the air around the archway shimmered like heat above summer roads. Merry felt drawn to it, an inexplicable tug in his blood, urging him forward. "What happens now?" he asked, hesitating at the threshold. "You must enter alone," Karis replied. "I cannot cross. The shrine accepts only those of Brandybuck blood doorkeepers, threshold guardians." Taking a deep breath, Merry stepped through the archway. Inside, the dome was larger than seemed possible from without. At its center stood a pool of still black water that reflected not the interior of the dome, but a starlit sky no mortal eyes had ever beheld. Around the pool, 7 stone thrones sat empty, save one. Upon that throne rested a raven of impossible size, its feathers gleaming like polished obsidian. As Merry approached, the bird fixed him with an eye like a drop of liquid amber. "So," it spoke, its voice resonating through Merry's bones rather than his ears. "The last doorkeeper returns." "I don't understand," Merry replied. "I'm just a Hobbiton herb gatherer." "You are that," the raven agreed. "And more. Your blood remembers what your mind has forgotten." With a flutter of massive wings, the bird transformed. Where the raven had perched now sat a mantle and regal, with eyes like amber and hair black as midnight. A crown of twisted silver set with a single black diamond rested upon his brow. "The Raven King," Merry gasped, dropping instinctively to one knee. "Rise, doorkeeper," the king commanded. "We have little time and much to explain." The pool between them rippled, and images formed upon its surface Ravenspire as it had been 1,000 years ago. Streets choked with the dying as the Great Plague ravaged the population. Then came a new terror shadows with grasping claws and hungry eyes, slipping through cracks in reality to feast upon the suffering. The plague was merely a harbinger, the king explained. The weakening of the veil between worlds allowed the void feeders and triancient entities that consume life itself. Your ancestors, the Brandybucks, were keepers of the thresholds between realms. They sacrificed themselves to close the doorways, all save one. The pool showed 7 hobbits, each standing before a different doorway, their blood sealing 6 passages shut. "The 7th door could not be closed," the king continued. "So, I made a bargain. My humanity, my mortality, bound to the threshold to keep it sealed. My life force, stretched across 1,000 years, became the lock that kept the door shut." Merry watched, horrified, as the pool revealed the truth, the king consuming a potion that turned his blood to liquid night, binding himself to the 7th throne in the very chamber where they now stood. His physical form in Ravenspire, merely a projection of his true imprisoned self. "But now you tire of immortality," Merry realized. "You seek release, yes and no." The king's eyes held infinite weariness. "I seek an end to my vigil, but only if another takes my place. Your blood Brandybuck blood can break my binding, but unless the threshold finds a new guardian, the door will open. The void feeders will return." Outside the shrine, shouts and the clash of steel against steel shattered the swamp's eerie quiet. The rebel Dawnbreakers had followed them, as had the royal guard. Karis's voice rose above the fray, commanding the combatants to stand down. "They fight over a choice they do not understand," the king said sadly. "The rebels believe my death will free Ravenspire from tyranny. My loyal guards believe preserving my immortality preserves the realm. Neither knows the true cost." Merry's mind raced, connecting fragments of truth into a complete picture. "That's why you allowed rumors of your tyranny to spread to ensure someone would eventually seek to end your reign." "A millennium is long enough for any vigil," the king confirmed. "I needed a Brandybuck to return to Ravenspire, to find the shrine, to make this choice with open eyes." The fighting outside intensified. The shrine's walls, impervious for 1,000 years, began to tremble. "What choice must I make?" Merry asked, though in his heart he already knew. "Your blood can end my binding," the king explained, "but the threshold requires a guardian. It must be freely chosen, freely given. I cannot command it, nor can I prevent what follows should the door stand unguarded." In that moment, Merry understood his heritage why Hobbits prized their simple lives and shunned adventure, why they sought comfort in their holes beneath the hills. They were a people who had sacrificed too much, who carried in their collective memory the burden of keeping the world safe from terrors beyond comprehension. "And if I choose to take your place?" he asked quietly. Then you would bear the crown of ravens for the next 1,000 years, or until another doorkeeper comes willingly to relieve you. The king's form flickered. Choose quickly. The shrine weakens as the bloodlines thin. Soon, choice will be taken from us all. Outside, a massive crash signaled the breach of the shrine's outer defenses. Karis's voice called Merry's name, desperate and strained. Merry closed his eyes, remembering the peaceful Shire, the rolling hills and simple pleasures he had left behind when Wanderlust had led him to Ravenspire. He thought of his family, who would never know his fate, and of the people of Ravenspire, who had lived in the shadow of a king they never truly understood. When he opened his eyes again, decision hardened his gaze. "I will take your place," he said firmly, "but I would ask one boon. Name it, doorkeeper. Let Karis know the truth. He has served you faithfully, even in disgrace." The king nodded. "It shall be done." As the shrine doors burst open, admitting both rebels and royal guards with weapons drawn, the king took Merry's hand. A single drop of Hobbit blood fell into the black pool, which flared with blinding light. When vision returned to the assembled onlookers, they beheld a strange tableau. The Raven King knelt before the seventh throne, his immortality visibly fading as wrinkles formed and spread across his face, his hair whitening like snow. Upon the throne sat Merry, his small form somehow filling the massive seat, his eyes now gleaming with amber light, a crown of twisted silver materializing upon his brow. "My vigil ends," the king announced to the stunned crowd. "All hail the new guardian of the threshold, the Raven King reborn." Karis was the first to kneel, removing his silver mask to reveal a face marred by exposure to the void half-human, half-something else. "My king," he whispered, his gaze meeting Merry's with new understanding. One by one, rebels and royal guards alike knelt before the hobbit on the throne, comprehension dawning as ancient magic revealed the truth that had been hidden for a millennium. As for Merry Brandybuck, he settled into his throne with surprising dignity for one so small. The burden of immortality pressed upon him, yet there was comfort in purpose. Through the threshold he now guarded, he could glimpse the hungry shadows prowling at the edge of reality, and knew the value of his sacrifice. 1,000 years was indeed a long vigil, but hobbits, as it happened, were exceptionally good at waiting. Story 12. The 7 towers of Ironhaven pierced the sky like crystal spears, their opalescent surfaces shifting from sapphire to emerald to amethyst as the twin moons crossed the night sky. For 1,000 years, these sentinels had stood guard over the realm, each one channeling ancient magics through their guardian mages to maintain the great veil that protected Ironhaven from the Shadowlands beyond. From the tallest spire of the Silver Citadel, the towers formed a perfect 7-pointed star, the Aegis Crown, the people called it. For as long as the towers stood, no darkness could befall the kingdom, until tonight. Samwise Oakleaf jolted awake to the sound of glass shattering. The small hobbit tumbled from his cot in the antechamber of the 7th tower, his nightshirt tangled around his stocky frame. At 4 feet tall, Sam was considered tall among hobbits, though still dwarfed by the humans of Ironhaven. His curly brown hair fell into sleepy eyes as he stumbled to the window. The horizon blazed with unnatural light. 6 brilliant beams indigo, crimson, amber, emerald, silver, and violet shot skyward from 6 towers, converging in a nexus of blinding energy that tore a hole in the night itself. "Master Thorn!" Sam cried, rushing to the adjoining chamber where the 7th mage slept. The other towers there. The words died in his throat. Magister Thorn Ravenswood stood motionless by his arcane workbench, his form transformed to glittering salt that caught the terrible light from the window. His crystalline face was frozen in an expression of horrified realization, one arm outstretched toward a small object on the tableau folded square of what appeared to be ordinary parchment. As Sam stared in horrified disbelief, the tower shuddered. A spiderweb of cracks raced up the walls as the magical backlash from the other 6 towers reached them. The hobbit lunged forward instinctively, snatching the parchment from the table just as the ceiling began to collapse. "The passageway!" he gasped, remembering the secret escape route Thorn had shown him, in case of magical catastrophe, a possibility the mage had mentioned so casually that Sam had nearly forgotten it. Behind a tapestry depicting the founding of Ironhaven, a narrow staircase spiraled down into darkness. Sam plunged into the passage as the 7th tower began to crumble behind him, clutching the mysterious parchment to his chest. The staircase descended far deeper than seemed possible, finally opening into a tunnel lit by foxfire crystals that cast a pale blue glow across rough stone walls. Only when he had put considerable distance between himself and the collapsing tower did Sam pause to examine what he'd saved. With trembling hands, he unfolded the parchment. It appeared blank at first, but as he smoothed it flat against the tunnel wall, ink began to spread across its surface like spilled wine. Lines formed, creating an intricate map of Ironhaven not as it appeared from above, but as if the city itself had been peeled apart to reveal its secrets. Tiny script appeared beside certain locations, though in no language Sam recognized. "What manner of map is this?" he whispered. "The map of truths?" came a voice from the shadows. "The last of the 7 artifacts of warding." Sam nearly jumped out of his skin, fumbling for the small knife he kept in his belt. From the darkness emerged a young woman with hair, the color of burnished copper that seemed to flicker with its own inner light. Her eyes glowed amber, and though she wore the rough-spun clothes of a commoner, she moved with the fluid grace of a hunting cat. "Peace, halfling," she said, raising empty palms. "I mean you no harm. I am Ember, and I've been waiting for you." "Waiting for me?" Sam clutched the map tighter. "I'm nobody, just an assistant. And how did you even get into this passage?" A mirthless smile crossed her face. "There are few places fire cannot reach, and fewer still that can hold me." As if to demonstrate, her fingertips ignited with dancing flames that cast her sharp features in dramatic relief. "As for being nobody, you were chosen as assistant to the 7th mage. Thorn Ravenswood chose no one without purpose." Another tremor shook the tunnel, raining dust upon them. "The other towers?" Sam asked, dreading the answer. "Fallen," Ember confirmed grimly. "Their mages transformed to salt. The veil weakens with each passing hour." Sam felt the weight of unexpected responsibility settle upon his shoulders. Never had he imagined becoming the custodian of one of the 7 artifacts. "We should keep moving," Ember urged. "The Devourers of Souls will be searching for the map." "Devourers of," Sam began, but another violent tremor cut him off. This one, strong enough to dislodge stones from the ceiling. "Lead on," he agreed hastily. They traveled through a labyrinth of forgotten passages beneath Ironhaven, Ember's flame lighting their way. Sam learned that she was a fire thief, born with the rare ability to steal and manipulate fire itself, and an outcast because of it. She had been watching the towers for months, sensing a growing wrongness in the magical currents that sustained the veil. "Thorn knew," she explained as they navigated the tunnels. "He suspected betrayal from within the circle of mages. That's why he created the map of Truthstow revealed deceptions that even magic could conceal." Sam unfolded the map again. New details had appeared, including a pulsing crimson dot in what appeared to be the foundations of the royal palace. "That is where we must go," Ember said, peering over his shoulder. "The heart of Ironhaven nexus point, from which the 7 towers draw their power." "But why would the map lead us there? And why me? I'm not a mage. I'm not even human. I'm just a hobbit who's good at organizing scrolls and brewing Master Thorn's favorite tea." Ember's amber eyes studied him with unnerving intensity. "Perhaps that is precisely why. The hobbit folk are remarkably resistant to certain forms of magic, particularly those that bend the mind and will. Thorn may have chosen you because what flows in your veins is more valuable than what flows in your thoughts." Before Sam could ponder this cryptic statement, a howl echoed through the tunnel's sound no natural throat could produce, like glass scraping against metal, amplified 100-fold. "Soulhounds," Ember hissed, extinguishing her flame and pulling Sam into a narrow crevice in the wall. "The Devourer's trackers." They pressed themselves into the shadows as the sound grew closer. Sam's heart hammered so loudly he feared it would give them away. From their hiding place, they glimpsed the source of the terrible noisier creature, like a massive hound formed of swirling shadows and jagged crystal shards, its eyes pits of hungry darkness. Behind it walked a figure in the ornate robes of a royal advisor. "Lord Uldric," Sam breathed, recognizing the king's most trusted counselor and Master Thorn's former mentor. The elderly man paused, tilting his head as if listening. "The map is near, my pet," he murmured to the soulhound. "I can feel its truth. Magic pulsing like an open wound in the fabric of our beautiful lies." Sam clutched the map tighter, and to his horror, it began to glow with a faint silver light. Ember quickly covered it with her hands, smothering the illumination. but not before the Soulhound's head swiveled toward their hiding place, its shadow mouth opening to reveal crystalline fangs. "Run!" Ember commanded, her hands igniting with bright flames that she hurled at the creature. The fire passed harmlessly through the shadow beast, but the sudden light momentarily blinded it, buying them precious seconds. They fled deeper into the labyrinth, the howls of the Soulhound echoing behind them. Ember led them through passages that grew increasingly ancient, the stonework changing from the precise masonry of Ironhaven to rough-hewn tunnels carved by forgotten hands. "How do you know these ways?" Sam gasped as they emerged into a vast underground chamber where enormous roots broke through stone walls, twisting around ancient pillars. "Fire remembers what was burned," Ember replied cryptically, "and much was burned to build Ironhaven." The chamber hummed with dormant power. At its center stood a pedestal of raw crystal, veined with pulsing silver light. Above it, suspended in midair, rotated a small orb of what appeared to be liquid starlight. "The heart," Ember whispered reverently. Sam approached cautiously, the map of truths growing warm in his hands. As he neared the pedestal, the map unfolded itself, expanding until it covered the floor around the crystal plinth. The ink shifted, forming new patterns, no longer a map of Ironhaven, but a diagram of 7 interconnected circles with the central orb at their nexus. "It's showing the true nature of the towers," Sam realized. "They're not just wardstones, they're conduits." "Yes," came Lord Aldrich's voice from the chamber entrance. "Conduits designed to channel power to those worthy of wielding it." The elderly advisor stepped into the light, the Soulhound prowling at his side. "A shame Thorn discovered our little arrangement. He always was too clever for his own good." "You betrayed the circle," Ember accused, flames wreathing her hands. "You serve the Devourers." Aldrich laughed softly. "My dear, I lead the Devourers. Have for centuries, in one form or another." His kindly facade melted away, revealing skin like ancient parchment stretched over 2 sharp bones. "The veil has kept us from our rightful feast for far too long. The souls of Ironhaven will sustain us for 1,000 years." He gestured, and a wave of shadow burst from his fingers, extinguishing Ember's flames and sending her crashing against a pillar where she slumped, unconscious. "Now, little hobbit," Aldrich purred, extending a claw-like hand. "The map, if you please. It's the only thing that can reveal how we've adjusted the heart's connections." Sam backed against the crystal pedestal, the map clutched to his chest. "Master Thorn trusted me with this. I won't betray that trust." "Such loyalty," Aldrich mocked, "but misplaced. Do you know why Thorn chose you, little one? Not for your mind, certainly, not even for your steadfast heart, but for your blood." His eyes gleamed hungrily. Hobbit blood so connected to earth and growing things, so resistant to corruption, the perfect final ingredient to seal our working. The Soulhound stalked forward, its crystalline teeth glittering in the light of the heart. Sam pressed back against the pedestal, feeling the crystal warm against his spine. The map of truths pulsed in rhythm with the heart, growing hotter in his hands until he could barely hold it. "Hobbit blood," Sam murmured, a memory surfacing from one of Master Thorn's lectures. "Connected to earth and growing things." In a moment of desperate inspiration, Sam pressed his palm against the map, then slammed the parchment against the crystal pedestal. His blood drawn from a paper cut the map itself had given him smeared across both surfaces. The effect was instantaneous. The heart flared with blinding light as the map's ink flowed up the crystal, reforming the proper connections between the towers. The chamber shook as the corrupted pathways Aldrich had created began to collapse. "No!" the ancient creature shrieked, lunging forward, but he was too late. The dormant magic in Sam's blood, the heritage Master Thorn had recognized, awakened fully as it made contact with the heart of Ironhaven. Green light, the colour of new leaves, and spring erupted from the hobbit's small form, spreading outward in a wave that restored what had been corrupted. The Soulhound dissolved into motes of shadow as the light touched it. Aldrich withered before Sam's eyes. His true form revealed a desiccated husk that had survived far beyond its natural span by feeding on stolen magic and souls. Impossible, the creature that had been Aldrich rasped as it crumbled to dust. A hobbit gardener. As the green light spread throughout Ironhaven, the 6 fallen towers began to rebuild themselves, crystal by crystal. The mages, though they could not be restored to life, were transformed from salt into crystal statues that would stand eternal guard over the renewed vale. Sam sank to his knees, exhausted by the magical backlash. Ember, recovered from Aldrich's attack, knelt beside him. "You did it," she said softly, genuine respect in her amber eyes. "You saved Ironhaven." "Not me," Sam corrected, his gaze on the heart, which now pulsed with healthy silver-green light. "Master Thorn, he knew what would happen. He chose me because hobbits have earth, magic in their veins," Ember finished. "The oldest magic of all, the magic of growing, healing, and renewal. The perfect counter to the Devourer's corruption." In the days that followed, as Ironhaven recovered from the night of the 6 fallen towers, Sam found himself reluctantly elevated from assistant to guardian. The map of truths had become bound to him through his blood, revealing its secrets only to his touch. With Ember at his side her fire, magic complementing his earth affinity, he began the long process of identifying the remaining Devourers that had infiltrated the kingdom. The 7th tower, now restored but uninhabited, glowed with a new green-gold light that matched the colour of Sam's magic. The people of Ironhaven, initially skeptical of a Hobbit guardian, soon came to respect the quiet strength and unwavering dedication of Samwise Oakleaf, the unlikeliest of heroes who had found his greatest power, not in grand gestures of magic, but in the simple truth of who he was. And if, in the quiet hours of dawn, Sam sometimes stood at the window of the 7th tower and gazed longingly toward the distant hills where his hobbit kin lived their peaceful lives, none could blame him. For he had discovered what Master Thorn had known all along, that sometimes the most extraordinary magic comes from the most ordinary souls, when they find the courage to stand firm in the face of darkness. Story 13. The islands of Erendil drifted like dreams through the endless sky, their undersides gleaming with veins of crystal that caught the light of twin suns and scattered it in dazzling rainbows across the misty void below. Each island moved with purpose, following ancient migration patterns known only to the wind callers who guided them through atmospheric current. From the largest, High Crown, with its sprawling citadel of silver spires and terraced gardens, to the smallest farming islets where orchards hung over the edge like frozen waterfalls of blossoms, the fragmented lands formed a majestic archipelago, suspended between heaven and earth. Far from the elegant towers and sunlit meadows, Peregrine took Pippin to friends and family sat, with his back against the cold stone wall of a mineshaft, his once bright green waistcoat now grey with crystal dust, his hairy hobbit feet scuffed and raw. The luminous crystals embedded in the cavern walls cast his small frame in an eerie blue glow, making his shadow dance like a restless spirit against the rough-hewn tunnel. 3 weeks, he muttered, picking dispiritedly at the meagre rations the mine overseer had allotted. 3 weeks for one foolish prank. The windmill had been an irresistible target, majestic and self-important, as it stood upon the highest point of Halfhill, the hobbit settlement that had been Pippin's home. The plan had been simple. Release a dozen enchanted paper lanterns inside the mill to create a spectacular light show visible across the island. He hadn't anticipated the lanterns would ignite the fine flower dust, nor that the resulting explosion would tear the sails from their moorings and send them crashing through Magistrate Boffin's prized greenhouse. The Island Council's punishment had been severe: banishment to the mines beneath High Crown, to live among the dust children, and labour for a year and a day, extracting the precious crystals that powered Erendil's levitation enchantments. A distant rumble shook dust from the ceiling, and Pippin glanced up nervously. The tremors had been growing more frequent, though the mine overseers insisted all was well. The other miner stall, pallid humans with eyes adapted to the gloom kept to themselves, regarding the hobbit with suspicion or outright disdain. Hobbits were creatures of sunlight and soil, not stone and shadow. His presence here was as unnatural as snow in summer. "You're holding your pick wrong," came a voice from the darkness, startling Pippin from his thoughts. A slender figure emerged into the blue crystal light. She was young for a dust child, perhaps 16 summers but. Her eyes held the ancient weariness common to her people. Her skin was pale as moonlight, her hair white as bone, cut short against her scalp in the tradition of miners. Only a single lock remained long, braided with tiny crystal shards that clinked softly as she moved. "I wasn't aware there was a wrong way to pointlessly chip at rocks," Pippin replied, his natural good humor surfacing despite his circumstances. The ghost of a smile touched her lips. "I'm Seren." She crouched beside him, taking the pick from his hand and demonstrating the proper grip. "You strike along the cleavage lines, see? Like this. Less effort, better yield." Pippin took, "At your service." He gave a small bow from his seated position, though I doubt any amount of technique will transform me into a competent miner. Perhaps not. She glanced over her shoulder, then lowered her voice. "But it might keep Overseer Grimthorn from extending your sentence for failing to meet quota." Another tremor shook the tunnel, stronger than before. Dust and small crystal fragments rained down. Seren's expression darkened. "That's the third today," Pippin observed. "Is it normal?" "No." The word hung between them, heavy with unspoken concerns. Then, after a moment's hesitation, "Would you like to see something? Something few surface dwellers ever witness?" Curiosity, the very trait that had landed him in this predicament, sparked in Pippin's chest. "Lead on, Lady of the Mines." Seren guided him through a labyrinth of tunnels, some natural, others clearly carved by generations of miners. They descended deeper than Pippin had ventured during his assigned shifts, the air growing warmer, the crystals larger and more vibrant. Eventually, they arrived at what appeared to be a dead Induntil. Seren pressed her palm against a seemingly unremarkable section of wall. Crystal veins illuminated beneath her touch, forming a complex pattern that spiraled outward. With a low rumble, the wall parted to reveal a vast hidden cavern. Pippin's breath caught in his throat. The chamber stretched impossibly wide, its ceiling lost in darkness high above. But it was what lay at its center that stole his voice entirely. Dragons. Crystal dragons. 3 massive creatures with translucent scales that refracted light in hypnotic patterns, their wings folded against bodies that seemed carved from living gemstone. They rested on raised daisies of uncut crystal, connected to the ceiling and floor by massive crystalline columns. Pippin could see energy flowing through these columns, pure arcane power that pulsed like heartbeats. "The Heartstone Dragons," Seren whispered reverently. "The true masters of Arendelle. There. Magnificent," Pippin managed, his voice small in the vastness. "They anchor the islands, channel the energies that keep us aloft." Seren approached the nearest dragon, her movements careful, reverent. Without them, we would all plummet to the world below. As they drew closer, Pippin noticed something disturbing. Dark veins, like cracks filled with shadow, spread across the nearest dragon's flank. The creatures breathing for, they did breathe. Despite their crystalline nature came in laboured rasps. "They're ill," Pippin observed. "Yes, a corruption spreads among them. It began 3 months ago." Seren placed her hand on the afflicted dragon's leg, and to Pippin's astonishment, the creature stirred, turning its faceted head toward her. "This is Lumina, eldest of the 3. She speaks to me, in her fashion." "You can understand them?" Pippin stepped closer, fascination overcoming his initial fear. "A forbidden gift," Seren admitted, not taking her eyes from the dragon. "Those born with it are usually sent to the surface, or worse. We're considered dangerous, unpredictable." The dragon made a sound like crystal chimes in a gentle breeze, and Seren's brow furrowed as she listened. "She says the corruption comes from above, not below as the elders believe. It travels through the anchoring spires." She hesitated. "She also says, you have a part to play in this, halfling from the Sun Islands." "Me?" Pippin laughed nervously. "I'm just a hobbit with a talent for trouble, nothing more." Another tremor shook the chamber, more violent than any before. Cracks spread across the floor, and the dark veins on Lumina's flank pulsed ominously. "We should go," Seren urged, pulling Pippin toward the entrance. "The dragons grow restless when I bring strangers." As they retreated through the tunnel, the ground continued to shake intermittently. Pippin's mind raced with questions, but one concern rose above the others. If these dragons are what keep the islands afloat, and they're ill, Seren nodded grimly, the tremors will worsen. Eventually the islands will fall, thousands will perish. Can nothing be done? Surely your people must know. The elders believe the corruption comes from within a natural cycle that will resolve itself. They refuse to consider alternatives. Her voice hardened. And the surface dwellers would never listen to children of dust. We've been beneath their boots for too many generations. They reached a junction in the tunnel, and Seren paused. There is a prophecy. Most dismiss it as miners' folklore, but my grandmother believed. She taught it to me before they discovered my gift, and took me from her. Pippin's expression softened. What does it say? this prophecy. When crystal hearts grow dark with blight and islands tremble in their flight, a child of sun, a child of stone must seek the source, long overgrown. What sundered was by ancient hate, together must restore the gate. She recited the words like a prayer. The source is said to be a place where the first crystal dragon was born, somewhere on the surface islands. My people have old stories, Pippin offered. Tales of crystal caves high in the glimmer peaks where stars fell to earth in the elder days. Could that be your source? Before Seren could respond, angry voices echoed through the tunnel. Overseer Grimthorn and his guards, searching for the missing workers. Meet me tomorrow at the eastern shaft during the midnight shift change, Seren whispered hurriedly. If the prophecy speaks true, we might be Arendel's only hope. They parted ways, Pippin returning to his assigned tunnel just in time to avoid detection. That night, as he lay on his hard pallet in the miners' barracks, sleep eluded him. Images of crystal dragons with shadow-veined wings and falling islands haunted his thoughts. He was no Herejust, a hobbit who'd played one prank too many. Yet something about Seren's quiet determination and the ancient dragon's plight stirred something within him he hadn't known existed. The following night, he waited at the eastern shaft as instructed. Seren appeared like a ghost from the shadows, now dressed for travel with a miner's lantern hooked to her belt and a pack over her shoulder. I've secured passage on a supply lift to the surface, she whispered. We'll have to be quick. Once they discover I'm gone. Pippin nodded, his heart racing with equal parts fear and excitement. I know the Glimmer Peaks well. If your source exists, we'll find it. The journey upward was perilous. The supply lift little more than a platform attached to chains squeaked ominously as it carried them through the island's core. Twice they had to hide from patrols of dust children loyal to the elders. A violent tremor nearly threw them from the platform as they neared the surface, the chains swinging wildly in the vertical shaft. When they finally emerged onto Highcrown Island, Pippin blinked in the harsh sunlight, his eyes accustomed to weeks of crystal-lit gloom. Seren, however, shrank back, shielding her face. I've never been to the surface, she admitted, her voice small. It's overwhelming. Pippin took her hand, guiding her to the shelter of a nearby stand of silverleaf trees. We'll travel at dusk, he assured her. Less light, fewer people to notice a hobbit and a dust child traveling together. They waited until the twin suns began their descent, then set out toward the Glimmer Peaks that rose like jagged crystal teeth at Highcrown's eastern edge. The going was slow. Seren struggled with the uneven terrain so unlike the smooth mine tunnels, while Pippin found himself wearier than he'd expected after weeks underground. A patrol of windcallers on their giant thrush mounts forced them to hide in a hollow log as the island executed a slow turn to catch the evening thermals. From their hiding place, they could see other islands in the distance, Halfhill among them, its famous windmills now silhouetted against the sunset. I never appreciated how beautiful it is, Pippin murmured. The islands, the sky, even knowing what lurks beneath, it's still magnificent. Beauty built on buried suffering, Seren replied, but without bitterness. Yet, I understand what you mean. Even in the deepest mines, the crystal formations take my breath away. Another tremor shook the island, stronger than any before. In the distance, a smaller island, little more than a farming, outcrop-tilted alarmingly before stabilizing. We're running out of time, Seren urged. They pressed on through the night, reaching the foothills by dawn. The Glimmer Peaks loomed above them, their crystal-veined surfaces catching the first rays of sunlight and fracturing them into dazzling prismatic displays. The entrance should be near the highest peak, Pippin said, consulting a mental map of old Hobbit tales. A cave marked by a formation like a dragon's claw. As they climbed higher, the air grew thin and cold. Tremors continued at irregular intervals, each one causing small avalanches of crystal shards that forced them to take cover. By midday, they reached a plateau near the summit, and there, just as the old stories promised, stood a massive crystal formation curved like the talons of some enormous beast, marking a dark opening in the mountainside. The dragon's claw, Pippin breathed. We've found it. The cave beyond sloped sharply downward, as if delving back toward the heart of the island. Crystals unlike any Seren had seen in the mines lined the walls, not blue or white, but a rainbow of colours that seemed to shift and change as they passed. The air hummed with energy that made their skin tingle and hair stand on end. Can you feel it? Seren whispered. The source is near. The tunnel opened suddenly into a vast chamber that mirrored the dragon sanctuary far below. But where that room had been dominated by the 3 adult dragons, this space held something else, entirely a crystal plinth, upon which rested what appeared to be an enormous egg, pulsing with internal light. Surrounding it, embedded in the walls, floor, and ceiling, were thousands of smaller crystals connected to the egg by filaments of pure energy. The Heart of Hearts, Seren gasped. The birthplace of all crystal dragons. Pippin approached cautiously. It's beautiful, but I don't see how this helps us stop the corruption. Seren circled the plinth, her brow furrowed in concentration. There, she pointed to dark veins similar to those afflicting the dragons below, creeping up one side of the egg. The corruption reaches even here. But see how it comes from that direction? She indicated a tunnel leading away from the chamber. They followed the dark veins through the new passage, which sloped upward until they emerged onto a smaller plateau near the very peak of the mountain. There, embedded in stone, stood an ancient Devaisia towering spire of metal and crystal that thrummed with power. Dark energy coiled around its base, feeding into the veins they had followed. A communication array, Pippin realized. Like the ones the Windcallers used to coordinate island movements, but much older. Seren examined the base of the spire. It's been modified, recently. She pointed to newer components, grafted onto the ancient structure, their workmanship distinctly different. Someone is using the old network to channel something into the heart of the dragon's power. A slow applause echoed across the plateau. From behind a crystal outcropping stepped a tall figure in the elaborate robes of a high windcaller. Clever little creatures, the newcomer said, his voice smooth as polished stone. I didn't expect anyone to trace the corruption to its source. Certainly not a hobbit and a mine rat. Magister Vortigern, Pippin gasped, recognizing the head of High Crown's Windcaller Guild. You're poisoning the dragons deliberately? But why? The islands will fall. Control, my diminutive friend. Vortigern circled the spire, trailing his fingers along its surface lovingly. For too long, we Windcallers have guided islands whose very flight depends on creatures we cannot command. The dragons are unpredictable. They refuse certain flight paths, resist our attempts to expand our territory. His eyes gleamed with fanaticism. But with this modified array, I can bend them to my will. The corruption weakens their resistance. You're killing them, Seren said, her voice breaking. And all of Arendelle with them. A temporary setback. Once they submit, I'll remove the corruption. The dragons will recover, and the Windcallers will have absolute control of Arendelle's future. Another tremor, violent enough to knock them all off balance, shook the mountain. Far below, they could see one of the smaller islands listing severely, its inhabitants fleeing to its higher side in panic. It's gone too far, Pippin insisted. You can't control this. Vortigern's expression darkened. It's too late to stop now. Guards. From the tunnel emerged 4 Windcaller guards, their hands already weaving the air, manipulation spells their order was famous for. Pippin felt his breath catch in his lungs as one guard's spell took hold of him. Beside him, Seren gasped for air. But as the guards advanced, the ground beneath them heaved. A crack split the plateau, widening into a chasm that separated Vortigern and 2 guards from Pippin, Seren, and the spire. Through the opening rose a massive crystalline head Lumina, the eldest dragon, her eyes blazing with inner fire, dark veins pulsing across her once pristine scales. The dragon's arrival broke the guards' concentration, freeing Pippin and Seren from the breath-stealing spell. The dragon spoke not in words, but in resonant vibrations that Seren somehow translated. She says we must destroy the spire. Seren shouted over the rumble of breaking stone. Together a child of sun, a child of stone. Understanding dawned on Pippin. The prophecy. This was their purpose. As Vortigern and his remaining guards worked desperately to weave spells that would subdue the dragon, Pippin and Seren raced to the spire. Its surface burned with dark energy, repelling their touch. How do we destroy it? Pippin cried in frustration. Seren closed her eyes, listening to Lumina's crystal song. Not destroy, recalibrate. The spire was meant to harmonize with the dragons, not control them. She took Pippin's hand. Your connection to light and growth, mine to crystal and stone. Together, they pressed their palms against the spire, enduring the searing pain of its corrupted energy. Seren began to sing a haunting melody that echoed the dragon's crystal harmonies. Pippin, following instinct, joined with a Hobbit harvest song that complemented hers perfectly. Where their songs met, the corruption in the spire began to recede, dark veins replaced by clear, pure light. Vortigern screamed in rage, unleashing a whirlwind that tore across the plateau toward them, but Lumina intercepted it, her crystalline wings diffracting the spell into harmless motes of light. The spire's hum changed pitch, rising from a discordant growl to a clear, bell-like tone. Energy pulsed outward in concentric rings, washing over the entire island. Far below, the listing islands stabilized as the corruption fled from the dragons that supported them. When the light faded, Vortigern and his guards were gone, whether fled or fallen into the depths. None could say. Lumina lowered her great head to regard Pippin and Seren with faceted eyes now clear of darkness. "She says the balance is restored," Seren translated, tears streaming down her face. "The dragons will recover." "And the prophecy?" Pippin asked, cradling his burned palm. Seren smiled, taking his injured hand in her equally wounded one. "Fulfilled. What sundered was by ancient hate. Together must restore the gate." The spire was the gate to the connection between dragons and those who live above. In the days that followed, much changed in Arendelle. The truth of the crystal dragons became common knowledge, and the arbitrary division between surface dwellers and children of dust began to dissolve. Pippin's banishment was lifted, though he found himself travelling frequently between Halfhill and the mines, serving as an ambassador of sorts. Seren, recognised now for her rare gift, became the first dragon speaker in generations to openly communicate with the Crystal Guardians of Arendelle. Under her guidance, a new order formed neither Windcaller nor Dustchild, but something new that honoured both sky and stone. And if, in the quiet evenings when the twin suns set and the islands drifted like dreams through the endless sky, a hobbit and a former miner could often be seen sitting together at the Dragon's Claw, sharing stories of two worlds now joined. Well, that was perhaps the greatest miracle of all in the fragmented lands of Arendelle. Story 14. The night sky above Lunavale shattered with light as celestial fires streaked across the heavens. Not in living memory had the kingdom witnessed such a spectacle. Hundreds of silver-blue meteors carving luminous paths through the darkness, their radiance turning night to twilight. In the village of Underhill, nestled in the rolling countryside where hobbits had dwelled for countless generations, one particular meteor crashed with thunderous force at the edge of the old forest, leaving a smoking crater that glowed with an unearthly azure light. While most hobbits barricaded their round doors and pulled their patchwork quilts over their heads, Frodo Ironhand stood transfixed at his forge. Unlike his kin who preferred gardening and brewing, Frodo had inherited an unusual passion for metalwork from his mother's side. His small smithy sat apart from the other hobbit holes, its chimney perpetually breathing smoke into the peaceful Shire air. "Grandfather always said star metal was the stuff of legends," he whispered to himself, his weathered face illuminated by the dying embers of his forge. Though small even for a hobbit, his arms were corded with lean muscle, his fingers dexterous and strong. At 53, silver threaded his dark curls, but his eyes held the curiosity of youth. Something pulled him toward the Crateran inexplicable compulsion that overrode his hobbit sensibilities. Before he knew what he was doing, Frodo had gathered his tools and was trudging through the dewy grass toward the old forest's edge. The crater smouldered before him, the meteor at its center no larger than a cooking pot, but gleaming with internal light. The metal, if indeed it was metal, seemed to pulse with a heartbeat of its own. When Frodo carefully extracted it using his tongs, it sang a clear note that resonated through his bones. "What manner of star gives up its heart so willingly?" he murmured, mesmerized by the ore's beauty. Through the night he worked, as if guided by hands beyond his own. The star metal yielded to his hammer with surprising ease, flowing like liquid silver, before cooling into forms more perfect than his skill should allow. By dawn, as golden light spilled over the eastern hills, a sword lay upon his anvil, slender yet strong, its edge keen enough to slice a falling leaf, its surface etched with runes in a language Frodo had never seen yet, somehow understood. "The Blade of Dawn," he read aloud, running his finger along the glowing script, "forged in falling stars to banish ancient shadows." As the words left his lips, the sword flared with golden light that engulfed Frodo's small form. Pain seared through his palm, and when the light receded, A mark remained a stylized sun with 7 rays that seemed to shift and shimmer beneath his skin. Miles away, in the obsidian tower of Ravencrest that loomed over Lunavale's northern border, Lord Draco Nightshade awoke with a start, his pale eyes widening in the darkness. The general's gaunt face contorted as he clutched his chest where, beneath his armor, an identical mark burned black against his alabaster skin. "The sword has awakened," he hissed to the shadows. "After all these centuries." From the darkest corner of his chamber stepped a woman draped in silver-grey robes, her features sharp as a blade, her eyes the color of twilight. A single streak of white cut through her raven hair like a scar. "You felt it too, Morwen?" Draco's voice carried both command and uncharacteristic uncertainty. "I did, my lord." Her voice was measured, betraying nothing. "The prophecy unfolds as written. The bearer has been chosen. Then the cycle begins anew." Drakkar turned to the window, where his legions stretched across the valley below 10,000 warriors, whose eyes glowed with unnatural blue fire. Their armor blackened, as if forged in the heart of a dying star. "We march at dusk. Find this bearer before they understand what they possess." Morwen bowed, a gesture that concealed the momentary flash of defiance in her eyes. "As you command, Lord Nightshade." The following days brought strange tidings to the Shire. Travelers spoke of an army gathering in the North soldiers whose eyes burned like witchfire, and whose weapons drank the souls of those they slew. The Hobbits, creatures of comfort unused to concerning themselves with the troubles of the wider world, nonetheless felt an undercurrent of dread. Frodo kept the sword hidden beneath floorboards, yet could not escape its influence. Dreams haunted his sleep visions of ancient battles, of 7 knights facing a darkness that devoured stars, of a creature that wore divinity like a stolen cloak. Each morning he woke with the mark on his palm burning anew, a knowledge that should have been beyond his understanding filling his mind. On the 7th day after the meteor shower, a cloaked figure appeared at Frodo's door. Instinctively, his hand went to the hidden blade. "The sword calls to you, does it not, halfling?" The visitor pushed back her hood, revealing Morwen's severe features. "It sings in your blood even now." "Who are you?" Frodo demanded, surprising himself with his boldness. "What do you know of the sword?" "I am the last of the Twilight Knights, sworn to guide the bearer when the cycle turns." Her eyes fixed on his marked palm. "That blade you forged is the Sword of Dawn, ancient enemy to the void that devours light. And you, Frodo Ironhand, have been chosen as its bearer." "Chosen? By whom?" Frodo scoffed. "I'm a hobbit, not some hero from the old tales. I simply found a curious metal and shaped it, nothing more." Morwen's lips curved in a smile that held little mirth. "The sword chooses its bearer, and it has chosen you. The mark upon your palm is proof enough. And if I refuse this honor, then Lord Drakkar's legions will march unopposed, and what they bring in their wake will consume not just Lunavale, but all the realms of light." Morwen stepped closer, her voice dropping. "I serve as counselor to Drakkar, but my true loyalty lies with an older oath. The general believes he marches for conquest, unaware that he himself is merely a vessel." Frodo's brow furrowed. "A vessel for what?" "The Void God, Aetherius, an entity that was ancient when this world was young. Every 1,000 years, when the stars align and meteors rain from the sky, it attempts to fully manifest in our realm." Despite himself, Frodo retrieved the sword from its hiding place. In daylight, it seemed to contain a universe within its metallic depths, pinpricks of light swirling like distant stars. "Why me?" he asked, the weight of destiny heavy upon his shoulders. "The sword always chooses the unlikely," Morwen replied. "Those with greatness thrust upon them rather than those who seek it. In the last cycle, it chose a shepherd boy. Before that, a blind princess. Now, a hobbit smith." Before Frodo could respond, a horn blast shattered the peace of the Shire. From his window, dark shapes could be seen moving at the village, boundary-armored figures astride beasts with too many legs and eyes that burned like dying suns. "Drakkar's vanguard," Morwen hissed. "They've tracked the sword's awakening faster than I anticipated." "These are my people," Frodo said, sudden resolve hardening his voice. "I'll not bring war to their doorstep." He grabbed a traveling cloak and slung it over his shoulders, the sword wrapped in cloth and secured to his back. Though it was nearly as tall as he was, it felt surprisingly light, almost eager. "Where will you go?" Morwen asked, respect colouring her tone. Away from here? Frodo replied, already moving toward his back door. You say I'm the bearer of this blade. Very well, but I'll bear it far from those I love. Then I shall guide you, Morwen declared, following the hobbit into the gathering dusk. The Twilight Knights have watched over the bearer for 7 cycles. I will not break that chain. They fled under cover of darkness, the sounds of destruction fading behind them, as Drakkar's scouts tore through Underhill in search of the sword. Frodo's heart ached for his home, but each step forward seemed guided by forces beyond his understanding. For days they travelled, keeping to hidden paths that Morwen seemed to know instinctively. She taught Frodo what she could of the sword's power show. It could cleave through shadow as easily as flesh, how it thirsted for the essence of Etherios, how it would grow stronger as they approached places where the veil between worlds thinned. Drakkar was once a bearer, she revealed one night, as they camped beneath ancient oaks. The mark you bear, he carries as well, but he failed his test, allowing pride to corrupt his purpose. The Void God found purchase in that weakness, turning guardian to vessel. And you served him, knowing this? Frodo asked, the firelight casting long shadows across his troubled face. To watch, to wait, to be ready when the new bearer emerged. Morwen's gaze turned distant. The Twilight Knights were formed to support the bearer, but also to destroy them should they falter, as Drakkar did. The implication hung heavy between them. Their journey led them to the ruins of Astrales, a once mighty citadel now reduced to weathered stone circles atop a lonely mountain. Here, Morwen explained, the barriers between realms were thinnest. Here, Drakkar would attempt to complete the ritual that would fully manifest Etherios in the mortal world. Why would he serve a god that seeks to consume everything? Frodo asked as they surveyed the ruins. He believes he will rule alongside divinity, Morwen replied. The void whispers beautiful lies. The clash of armies reached them even there, Lunavale's forces, making their desperate stand against Drakkar's legions in the valley below. But the true battle, Morwen insisted, would be fought among the stones of Astralis. As the sun set and a blood-red moon rose, Drakkar ascended the mountain path. No longer did he appear human, his form elongated, darkness seeping from his eyes and mouth, the mark on his chest a void pulling light into itself. Behind him marched 7 shadow warriors, each bearing the corrupted emblems of the original Twilight Knights. Frodo stood at the center of the stone circle, the sword of dawn gleaming like a captured star in his small hands. Fear threatened to overwhelm him, but the blade's warmth steadied his resolve. A halfling? Drakkar's voice echoed strangely, as if multiple voices spoke through him. The sword debases itself further with each cycle. Perhaps it understands what you never did. Morwen stepped forward, her robes falling away to reveal armor of silver and blue, emblazoned with the same 7-rayed sun that marked Frodo's palm. That true strength lies not in power, but in the wisdom to wield it justly. What followed was a battle not merely of blades and bodies, but of light against encroaching darkness. The Shadow Knights clashed with Morwen, while Frodo faced Drakkar himself, an impossible mismatch that somehow, through the sword's guidance, became a dance of equals. With each exchange, the mark on Frodo's palm burned brighter, sending pulses of golden energy through the blade. Drakkar's form grew increasingly insubstantial, the darkness within him boiling outward, reaching tendrils toward the stars above. You cannot stop what comes, bearer. The thing that had been, Drakkar hissed. I am eternal. I have devoured 1,000 worlds before yours. Perhaps, Frodo replied, finding courage in the unfamiliar weight of the sword. But not today, and not this world. As the moon reached its zenith, Frodo drove the Sword of Dawn into the very stone at the circle's center. A pillar of golden light erupted skyward, and the mark on his palm seemed to leap from his skin into the blade itself. The light expanded outward in concentric rings, washing over the battlefield below, over the kingdoms beyond, carrying with it a warmth that banished shadows wherever it touched. The darkness that had consumed Drakkar screamed with 1,000 voices before collapsing in upon itself, leaving nothing but a scorched circle where the general had stood. Silence fell over Astralis. Morwen, bloodied but triumphant over the fallen Shadow Knights, approached Frodo with newfound reverence. The cycle is broken, she whispered in disbelief. Not merely delayed as in ages past, but broken. Frodo stood transfixed, his hand still upon the sword's hilt, the mark on his palm now a faint silver scar. How can you be certain? Because the sword has surrendered its power, rather than preserving it for the next bearer. She knelt beside him. What you have accomplished, generations of knights and chosen ones could not. As dawn broke over the horizon, painting the sky in hues of hope, Frodo finally released the sword. It remained embedded in stone, no longer a weapon but a monumental reminder that sometimes the most unlikely heroes cast the longest shadows. What now? He asked, suddenly feeling very small and very tired. Morwen smiled, and for the first time, the expression reached her eyes. Now, Frodo Ironhand, you have earned what few bearers ever receive the chance to go home. Together they descended from Astralis, leaving behind the Sword of Dawn to stand eternal vigil against the darkness between stars. And if the hobbits of Underhill found their returning smith somewhat change-given to staring at the night sky, with knowing eyes they asked few questions, content in the knowledge that some adventures are best left to those rare souls who find greatness thrust upon them rather than sought. Story 15. The crystal forest of Eldamore glimmered in the morning light, each leaf and branch refracting sunbeams into cascades of rainbow hues that danced across the forest floor. Yet beneath this ethereal beauty, an unnatural silence had fallen. The great silverbark, last of the ancestral trees whose roots were said to reach the very heart of the world, was dying. Its once luminous leaves had dulled to ashen grey, and the sacred crystalline sap that once flowed like liquid starlight now oozed dark and viscous from cracks in its ancient bark. Far away in the rolling hills of the Shire, Bilbo Greenleaf awoke with a start, clutching his chest. The small hobbit sat up in his bed, his round face glistening with sweat despite the cool autumn air that drifted through his open window. For weeks now, he had been hearing voices in his dreams, melodious, ancient voices that spoke in languages he shouldn't understand, but somehow did. They sang of roots that drank from underground rivers of magic, of branches that cradled stars, and lately, of a creeping darkness that gnawed at their very essence. Again with these dreams, Bilbo muttered, swinging his furry feet over the edge of his bed. At 42, he was considered young for a hobbit, with bright eyes that reflected a curiosity uncommon among his kind. While most hobbits prided themselves on their gardens, Bilbo's connection to plants went beyond mere cultivation. Flowers turned to face him as he passed, withered plants revived at his touch, and something though he told no one, he could swear the old oak in the meadow whispered secrets when the wind was just right. 3 sharp knocks at his round green door broke his reverie. Standing on his doorstep was a figure Bilbo had never seen before. Tall man with weather-beaten skin and eyes the colour of storm clouds. A long scar ran from his temple to his jaw, and silver pins adorned with runes fastened his dark cloak. "Bilbo Greenleaf?" the stranger asked, his voice rough as bark. "Yes, that's me. And who might you be, coming to call before even second breakfast?" "I am Grimwald, hunter of the northern marches," he replied, no hint of humour softening his stern expression. "And you, Master Hobbit, are needed far from these comfortable hills." Bilbo scoffed. "I think you've mistaken me for some other hobbit with an unusual name. I'm a gardener, nothing more." Grimwald's eyes narrowed. "The trees of Eldamore are dying, Master Greenleaf, and you are hearing their call, are you not? The dreams of ancient voices mourning in the night?" The teacup Bilbo had been holding slipped from his fingers, shattering on the polished wood floor. "How could you possibly—" "Because you carry the blood of the Green Guardians, though it has been diluted through generations of your peaceful kin." Grimwald gestured to the small pendant Bilbo wore, simple green leaf encased in crystal that had been his mother's. "That token marks your lineage, though you know it not." Throughout that strange morning, Grimwald revealed a history Bilbo had never imagined. The 5 kingdoms Eldamore, Loonhaven, Ironcliff, Misthollow, and Sunder Valiel depended on the magic that flowed from the ancestral trees in the Crystal Forest. The last and greatest of these, the Great Silverbark, was failing. The king's councillors blamed the nomadic elves who had returned to the forest's edges after centuries away, but Grimwald suspected a deeper treachery. "The elves dance to the rhythm of the forest. They do not disrupt it," he explained. "Something else sickens the Silverbark. I've traced dark energies to the obsidian caverns beneath Mount Dreadmire. I need someone who can hear the trees, who can understand what afflicts them." "But why me?" Bilbo asked, clutching his gardening shears like a talisman. "Surely there are wizards or elves more suited." "The Green Guardians were neither wizard nor elf. but beings who stood between worlds, much like hobbits do, now connected to earth and life in ways the taller folk have forgotten. Grimwald's voice softened slightly. And now, you are the only one who hears their call. Against every instinct for comfort and security, Bilbo found himself packing a small bag. He tucked away handkerchiefs, his pipe and leaf, seed pouches, and his grandmother's book of herb lore. As an afterthought, he added the small silver dagger his uncle had brought back from his own adventures long ago, a trinket Bilbo had always admired, but never imagined using. Their journey north was swift and unsettling. Grimwald proved a taciturn companion, speaking only when necessary. They travelled through villages where folk cast suspicious glances, particularly at Grimwald, whose reputation as an elf hunter preceded him. "Why do they fear you so?" Bilbo finally asked as they made camp on their third night. Grimwald stared into the fire. "I hunted elves for 20 years after they raided my village. I was good at it. Too good." His eyes reflected the dancing flames. "Until I learned it wasn't elves at all, but creatures disguised as such. By then, innocent blood stained my hands, and both humans and elves had reason to despise me." It was the most Grimwald had spoken at once, and Bilbo sensed the weight of regret in the man's words. What creatures could disguise themselves as elves? Shadowlings, servants of deeper, older things that hunger for the light of living worlds. Grimwald's gaze lifted to meet Bilbo's. "The same darkness I believe now feeds upon the great silverbark." As they approached the borders of Eldamore, the landscape transformed. Crystal formations jutted from the earth like frozen fountains, reflecting and refracting light in hypnotic patterns. The trees themselves seemed half flesh, half gemstone, with trunks of rich wood that gradually transformed to translucent crystal in their upper branches. Yet despite this beauty, an unmistakable pall hung over the forest. Leaves fell like tears, and where they landed, the ground dulled from vibrant moss to ashen dust. The voices in Bilbo's mind grew clearer, here are no longer confined to dreams. They sang of deep roots poisoned, of an ancient hunger awakened in darkness. At times the chorus of laments grew so loud that the hobbit stumbled, overwhelmed by the symphony of sorrow. "They're all connected," he gasped to Grimwald. "Every tree, every plant, they share one root system, one consciousness." "The verdant mind," Grimwald nodded. "The Green Guardians helped shape it, long ago." They made their way to the heart of the forest, where the great silverbark towered impossibly high, its upper branches disappearing into mist. Even in its diminished state, the tree emanated power. Where other trees sparkled like crystal, the silverbark glowed with an inner light, though, now that light flickered like a failing hearth. Royal guards patrolled its base, and elegant elven figures were being led away in chains. "The nomads," Grimwald whispered, pulling Bilbo behind a crystalline bush. "They've been arrested for the tree's sickness." "But they're innocent," Bilbo replied, the certainty in his voice surprising even himself. "The trees don't blame them. They speak of something below, something that drinks." Grimwald's face darkened. "We need to reach Mount Dreadmire, but not through the forest paths. They'll be watched." That night, they slipped past patrols, using paths only a hobbit's keen eyes for growing things could discern, trails marked by subtly arranged patterns of moss and lichen that Bilbo somehow knew were left by the ancient Green Guardians. These secret ways led them to the mountain's shadow, where crystal gave way to black stone veined with pulsing red lines like infected blood vessels. The entrance to the obsidian caverns gaped like a wound in the mountainside. As they ventured deeper, Bilbo felt the tree's voices dim, replaced by a low, rhythmic pulsing that seemed to vibrate through the stone itself. The passage descended in spirals until they reached a vast underground chamber, where a terrible sight awaited them. Coiled around a central pillar of crystal was an immense shadow creature, with no fixed form. Tendrils of darkness stretched from its amorphous core, plunging into the crystal pillar, which Bilbo realized with horror was no pillar at all but a root. The great silverbark's taproot, which should have gleamed with crystalline sap, now pulsed with the same sickly red that veined the cavern walls. "The Devourer," Grimwald breathed, drawing his sword. "An ancient hunger from the void between worlds." The shadow entity rippled at their presence, though it had no eyes that Bilbo could discern. Yet he felt its Aranessa, cold, alien intelligence that regarded them as insignificant motes. "It's draining the magic," Bilbo whispered. "Not just from the tree, but from all of Eldamore." Grimwald stepped forward. blade raised. "We must sever it from the root." But as the hunter advanced, shadows lashed out like whips, sending him flying against the cavern wall where he crumpled, unconscious. The darkness then turned its attention to Bilbo, tendrils creeping toward the trembling hobbit. Fear froze Bilbo in place, but as the cold touch of shadow brushed his skin, something stirred within him, a memory not his own. Knowledge passed through blood and bone from ancestors he'd never known he had. His hand closed around his mother's pendant, which now burned with emerald fire. Words in an ancient language spilled from his lips, and the crystal in his hand fractured, releasing a cascade of verdant light that filled the chamber. The devourer recoiled, its formless mass contracting as if in pain. Instinctively, Bilbo pressed his free hand to the infected root. The connection was immediate and overwhelming. He felt the vastness of the verdant mind, the interconnected consciousness of every growing thing in Eldamore. Through it, he sensed the devourer's cold hunger like a wound in the fabric of life itself. "You don't belong here," Bilbo spoke, his voice resonating with power he didn't understand. Return to the void. He channeled the combined will of the forest through himself, a conduit between the verdant mind and its ancient enemy. Green fire coursed from his hands into the root, traveling up through the immense network toward the great silverbark far above. The chamber shook as the devourer thrashed and writhed, its tendrils tearing free from the root one by one. With a sound like the world tearing, the shadow entity contracted upon itself, folding inward until nothing remained but a small black stone that fell to the cavern floor with a hollow sound. When Grimwald regained consciousness, he found Bilbo kneeling beside the healing root, which now pulsed with green-gold light. The hobbit's eyes were distant, communing with something beyond. "The balance returns," Bilbo murmured. But the devourer was only contained, not destroyed. It must be guarded. In the days that followed, the king's councillors were forced to release the nomadic elves, as the great silverbark's health visibly improved. Though few understood what truly happened in the depths of Mount Dreadmire, the elves recognized the ancient magic that now flowed through Bilbo Greenleaf. They named him Legolas Greenleaf, in their tongue acknowledging the heritage he had reclaimed. Grimwald, his quest for redemption advanced but not completed, swore to guard the black stone that contained the devourer. He established a watchtower at the sealed entrance to the obsidian caverns, the first guardian of the new age. As for Bilbo, he found himself changed. The Shire called to him still with its simple comforts, yet so did the whispers of trees across the 5 kingdoms. He was the bridge between worlds, between the forgotten magic of the Green Guardians and the present age that so desperately needed renewal. Standing beneath the restored canopy of the great silverbark, watching its crystal leaves shimmer with renewed vitality, Bilbo smiled. This adventure, he suspected, was only the beginning.